Is your company future ready? Are your employees set for the years ahead? Are you prepared for their retirement? One thing that can help you answer yes to these questions is by simply having a solid retirement plan for your employees. This is precisely why Republic Act 7641, known as the Retirement Pay Law, requires private companies to provide retirement pay to their qualified retiring employees. Under this act, an employee who reaches 60 years old and has rendered at least 5 years of service in the company is entitled to receive a retirement pay. So why do private companies need to set up a retirement fund? Naturally, a private company must comply with Republic Act 7641. But the good thing about it is, it will also help manage the company's cash flow and allocate its funds properly. Then we also have Republic Act 4917, a Republic Act mandating that retirement benefits of employees of private companies shall not be subject to garnishment or tax levy. To comply with these laws, private companies must set up a retirement plan that will ensure enough funding to pay for retirement benefits of their employees. This is where Insular Life can help you. At the forefront of Insular Life's group insurance plans is the Comprehensive Group Plan, or CGP. CGP packs a big punch because it combines life insurance benefits and retirement fund management in one. It is compliant with the Retirement Pay Law and can be tax qualified via the Bureau of Internal Revenue. With CGP, the retirement fund earns guaranteed interest and is managed by investment experts. More than expertise, through CGP, the retirement fund has the potential to earn more than the guaranteed interest that is currently available in the market. Another good thing about CGP? The retirement fund is protected from capital loss and is insulated from mortality rate fluctuations. It offers low valuation and administrative charges, and the valuation method used is PAS 19R and IAS 19 compliant. You can be assured that Insular Life will work with you through an active analysis of your claims experience and benefits design to ensure that your employee retirement program remains viable over the long term. What else can it do for you? Insular Life, through CGP, will be your retirement plan administrator, your retirement fund manager, your life insurance provider. But that's not all. We also offer a free financial wellness forum for all your employees so they can be actively involved in augmenting the provided retirement benefits with their own retirement savings. With CGP, everybody wins. Remember, our goal for you is not just to provide a retirement plan. Our goal is to make things easier for your business, your employees, and everyone they love in the long run. In the end, it's a lifetime made better for everybody, brought to you by the country's most trusted insurance company. Insular Life, a lifetime for good. Insular Life is ready to help. Let's talk more about it.
A mother in Cantilan, Surigao would have to travel 3 hours to get to the nearest commercial bank just to receive funds from her husband in a factory in Manila. A very inefficient and costly way to do something basic in today's standards. This is a common problem to a staggering 65% of Filipinos. That's 70 million Filipinos who are either unbanked or underbanked. The rural banks, despite their smaller sizes individually, are tasked to be the country's champion for inclusion and customer reach because of their strategic location being in the far-flung areas where big banks will not go. Without proper infrastructure and technology, this mandate is impossible. The rural banks themselves are financially excluded because they have no access to the country's clearing system and to an efficient domestic interbank funds transfer facility. I2I is a central bank-approved, blockchain-based platform that has enabled financial institutions to have access to an efficient, secure, highly reliable infrastructure for domestic payments in the country. I2I is powered by PHX, the country's first bank-backed, BSP-approved stablecoin. I2I allows financial institutions seamless access to the country's larger banking network through a cloud-based portal with banking services that reach farther and faster. That mother in Cantilan no longer needs to travel 3 hours to receive her husband's hard-earned money. Families from around the archipelago can now transfer funds from what used to take time and costs more than necessary to almost instant and less costly. Connecting them was the first step. Soon, we will be adding important capabilities such as core banking, agency banking, fraud prevention, and identity and KYC solution, as well as cross-border payment facility. Proudly, we've also expanded the platform's reach by onboarding other non-bank financial institutions in the country, such as cooperatives and other money transfer operators. I2I. Reach more. Be more. Know more.
Union Bank Global Linker has connected 50,000 plus Filipinos MSMEs to a network of 300,000 plus SMEs globally, helping them to create an online presence and grow their businesses in a new digital world. You too can grow your business with Union Bank Global Linker. Create your digital profile. Create digital business catalogs. Make new business connections. In today's world of business, your network is your net worth. Over 1 million new connections have been made between buyers, suppliers, investors, peers, and experts. Create your own e-commerce store for free, in minutes. Consumers are going digital, and your business needs to as well. Union Bank Global Linker has helped tens of thousands to go online for the first time. Benefit from over 100 specially curated business offers and more. Access online training sessions to grow your business. Participate in international digital fairs. We help businesses like you digitize in a matter of minutes and thrive even in challenging times.
Join us in Union Bank Global Linker. Let me tell you why. First, you get access to a huge network of other suppliers, partners, and even potential customers all over the world. Imagine a case where before you're only selling in your own province, but now you can sell in the provinces of India, in the provinces of Myanmar. Who knows? You might even find a customer in as far as Bahrain, United States, Australia. We have members who were able to succeed in finding customers there. You will also be able to create your own linker store. We have members who were able to generate close to 5 million pesos in just 3 months just because of their linker stores.
Visit Union Bank Global Linker every day and download the mobile app to stay connected. Union Bank Global Linker, making SME business grow simpler, more profitable and enjoyable.
Tagal ng payment ng customers, tagal ng kita. Logistics.
Try Xlog Pay.
My supply chain logistics financing. Happy buyers, happy sellers, happy you. Xlog, be part of the community.
None of the pleasantries and small talk. Let's get down to it, shall we? My name is Eileen Gutierrez, COO and Chief Culture Officer of Ignite House of Innovation. So, a question that employers and business owner friends have asked me in conversations, regardless kung SME sila or big corporates, is this: Eileen, how can I manage morale? How can I continue to inspire my employees to do their best despite the situation that we're in and the challenges that we're facing? How can I really partner with them in ensuring that our business will continue on? Because I've heard this so many times, 3 words come to mind. Number 1, alignment. 2, vulnerability. 3, transparency. Number 1, alignment. Align or realign the employees with the why of your organization. Why are we doing this again and for whom? Bakit nga ba at para kanino? Sabi nga ng isang popular coffee brand, para kanino ka bumabangon? Second and third, vulnerability and transparency. Be open and honest with the employees, with the situation of the organization, and the challenges that you are going through. Don't be afraid to show vulnerability and even ask for their help. The more they sense that you're looking at them as an equal partner to resolving the situation, the more they will want to weather this time with you. But to be able to do this, kailangan i-prepare natin yung mga employees to receive your alignment, accept your vulnerability, and respect your transparency. Kung di mo alam kung saan ka magsisimula, then you can send them to NI2, the National Innovators Initiative, and we can partner with you in developing the type of employees that will help you not just survive, but thrive in this new normal. Join us on August 3 for day 1. Bring your team along. Details are just down there. So kita kits, laban lang!
In any economic situation, your people have done so much to keep your business thriving. What are you doing to ensure they are healthy and protected for the long term? Ease their worries. Will you also unburden yourself with financial risks? Check out InLife's group product solutions. They are customizable, tech-enabled, and accessible nationwide. Choose from these flexible packages: life insurance coverage, hospitalization benefit, credit protection, accident protection, retirement benefits. Whether you're a team of 5 or 5,000, we've got you covered with an InLife group insurance plan. Let's discuss.
And good morning, everyone. Magandang umaga po. Handa na ba kayo for day 2 of Laban Negosyante? I know I am. Carl Cordero here from Union Bank of the Philippines. And today, we're here to talk about uplifting the entrepreneurial spirit and how to fight the economic effects of the pandemic. At tulad ng kahapon, ganun pa rin, we have an amazing lineup for you today. From how to manage your employees to rethinking your business model and taking care of your mental health as well as your physical health. Napaka-importante po niyan. Today's sessions will have you covered. And don't forget, if you attend all 3 days, you get a free certificate of attendance. So make sure you attend both today and tomorrow. No? And with that, I'd like to introduce our first guest speaker for today. It gives me great pleasure to introduce her because I have had the honor and privilege of also working with her as a leader. She holds the position of Executive Vice President and Chief Human Resource Officer at Union Bank of the Philippines. Prior to this, she was the Vice President and the Philippine Country Human Resource, Quality and Corporate Communications Head of the Global Electrical Engineering and Power Company, ACEA Brown Boveri. She was also a senior consultant at OTI Consulting Singapore, where she got involved with government and private organizations in establishing Singapore Quality Class, People Developer, Industry capability upgrading or ICAP certifications, work life, and work redesign. Before a career in human resource and management consulting, she worked as an engineer in the semiconductor and electronics manufacturing industry. She graduated in 1985 from De La Salle University, where she obtained a degree in industrial management, engineering, minor in chemical engineering. In 2018, she received the Silver CHRO of the Year award from the Stevie Awards for Great Employers in New York. And I can guarantee you that it will not be the last award that she will be receiving. Please give a warm virtual welcome to Miss Michelle Rubio.
Magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Thank you, Carl. I'm honored to be here because I'm in the virtual presence of Filipino entrepreneurs who are doing their very best to make a difference in the country today. Laban Negosyante, which is the title of this 3-day online event, is really the appropriate battle cry for this community during these times. It's not easy to be doing business in a pandemic. COVID has brought significant changes to the lives of people and business activities nationally and globally. While the Philippine economy will move to potentially a stage of recovery with the arrival of vaccines, it is not without challenges. Micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises are vulnerable to these challenges. But what is foremost in our minds is not just how to survive, but thrive in the new normal so that we can continue to grow, expand, and be successful. Union Bank has been at the core of digital transformation for the last 5 years. And the reason for our transformation can be attributed to our desire to be of service to our customers and to champion financial inclusion. We aim to equip, support, and provide MSMEs opportunities amidst the pandemic so that providing livelihood to numerous Filipinos working for MSMEs can continue. In so doing, we all help elevate lives and support the economy and the country. As an HR person speaking to you, there is an important factor crucial to your organization's performance during these trying times and into the post-COVID era. And that is to harness the potential of your team members or talents working for your organization. Just to share with you, in Union Bank, our people strategies are centered around the following. First, building capabilities so that our workforce can learn multiple skills. The pandemic has disrupted our interactions with customers and employees, but the use of technology has helped us connect and be more collaborative. Equipping the workforce with new capabilities, especially digital skills, can continue to make them relevant and adapt to new requirements of work. As business models change, jobs and ways of working will change. Our people must be prepared to unlearn the parts of their job that need to change and learn new skill sets that contribute to enhancing customer experiences and promote higher productivity. We are also working on creating a strong Union Bank culture. Union bankers unite toward the higher purpose of co-creating innovations for a better world, and our values of integrity, Magis, which is doing more, better, and greater, and Ubuntu, which is about being one with the community. Our team members are inspired because of our purpose and guided by our values every day. Culture is a powerful way to align your workforce to the vision of your organization. Collectively, with a strong culture, every member is encouraged to be working toward the success of your business and enterprise. Lastly, we also have to build high employee engagement. Employees who are engaged are the ones who engage customers. When employees are engaged, they are essentially committed to the organization because of their trust in leadership. They have a supportive management who provides the meaningful work, growth opportunities in a positive work environment. Highly engaged employees work diligently and expend discretionary effort in their jobs, supercharging productivity and innovation. These are the key components for which Union Bank's people programs are built on. We continuously future-proof our employees to provide innovations that would help our MSMEs grow and become more resilient in the pandemic. As leaders of the business, you are central in reimagining your people practices so that you can build business resilience and drive value. The late Steve Jobs said, and I quote, "I'm convinced that about half of what separates successful entrepreneurs from non-successful ones is pure perseverance." Laban lang po tayo, dear leaders of MSMEs. Keep the passion and fire burning. Success comes as a result of preparation, hard work, and learning from failure. We will soon see the rebound, and it is inevitable. Luck favors the prepared. You need to make sure that you are able to seize that opportunity. And when that opportunity happens, the people that you have nurtured in your organization will be there with you, hungry as you are to succeed. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you again, no, Ms. Michelle, for those words of encouragement. No, always brilliant, always beautiful yan si Ms. Michelle. At napakaswerte natin today dahil, ladies and gentlemen, meron pa tayong extra time with Michelle to get her priceless insights on managing employees. I'm seeing a few comments na no, sa ating YouTube channel. Maraming mga nagtatanong, no, how did Union Bank pivot their people strategies? Ako, perfect po ang talk ni Ms. Michelle this morning to discuss that. And because we all know that managing our staff has never been easy, no, but more so in a pandemic and in an increasingly work-from-home setup. Now, to help us maximize this session, allow me to introduce our moderator this morning, Ms. Dore Di Maunahan. Dore Villanueva Di Maunahan, or Dore, founder of Dear Dore, is a coach, educator, author, mentor, coach, and serial entrepreneur, venturing in different businesses since 2008. Dore coaches social enterprises and conducts training for various companies. Ladies, the floor is yours.
Good morning.
Hello. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Dor Timonan, and I'm here with a very special guest from Union Bank of the Philippines. Thank you for joining me here today, Miss Michelle. How are you doing?
I'm good. Hi, Dor.
Hi, looking good today. First, of course, we know that the COVID pandemic has separated many people from their workplaces, co-workers, and typical daily activities. And in many cases, I would say that it adds stress, drops morale, and somehow fragments team cohesion, all of which can dampen work performance. Today, about managing employees, I'd like to ask some questions from you, Miss Michelle. No, my first question is: would you please walk me through the day you and your team first found out about the lockdown? I mean, what were your first impressions and feelings and reactions?
Yeah, so before the lockdown, we already heard about the seriousness of COVID-19 and how it can infect a great number of people. So we immediately activated our business continuity plans. That's very important. Business continuity plans allows you to shift to a mode where you are on top of things, and you are already examining what can go wrong and what could be the mitigating moves that you can implement to counter the risk brought by an event or a crisis. So we activated this. We were very busy. HR was at the forefront. We have a pandemic plan, by the way, and we activated that. We were thinking, how do we keep our people healthy and safe? What would be the protocols? How do we understand this disease? And what will its impact be to our business, our employees, and our customers? So we immediately rolled out protocols. In fact, we have said initially, earlier in the pandemic, that we'd have two places, no, split teams right away, because if a team gets infected, who would carry on with the work, right? So we had that. And then, of course, the very safe way to go about it is to work from home. Immediately, we were able to deploy people, about 80% of our workforce, to work from home. We're running the bank from home, whereas our frontliners, because we're an essential business to the economy, that we kept our branches open even on a lockdown. So that continued on, and many of us, our regular mode of working today is still remotely away from the workplace.
Wow, that's wonderful. It's amazing how you were able to proactively prepare, because yes, indeed, the BCP, or the business continuity plan, is something that is very relevant. But, during this pandemic, when not, I mean, everybody got started, no? The good thing is that you have this plan that can help you examine what can go wrong, and also act as some sort of contingency plan and risk management plan. That's really, really amazing, no? In fact, I don't think it's very quick for many companies to do such. Wonderful, wonderful. Now, Miss Michelle, in your professional opinion, since you were able to implement these protocols, you mentioned that 80% were already working from home, and you had this pandemic plan that ensured the healthiness and safety of employees. How do you think did this lockdown affect the workplace? Or, if I may rephrase it, how easy or how difficult was it for the employees to adjust?
Mhm. So it was fortunate that it came quite easy for Union Bank, because prior to the lockdown, we've already built some digital skills, and there is agility to adapt to the situation. We have a very agile workforce, and our ways of working are agile. So it was very easy for us to collaborate and work using technology, even if we don't work together in one place. No, we can do work remotely. So we train people for that. But even after the lockdown, we reminded people of what they need to do to successfully work remotely, and how to keep information safe, what tools do you require so that you can access core systems? How do you actually collaborate remotely? So playbooks were released. We even had, I remember that time, a training program, because we have a university, a corporate university. Working remotely was a course that was immediately rolled out, and you can go through it at your own pace, with also leaders helping in terms of leading the people on how to adjust to the new ways brought about by the pandemic.
That's very interesting, no? Corporate university. Wow, I would say that that's something that's necessary. Imagine having to study working from home, no? And what I like about what you said is that you already honed the digital skills prior to lockdown. And because of the agility of the organization and the workforce to adapt to the situation, your organizational resilience, I may say, is high. So because of that, I am supposing that there's more productivity in terms of output of the workforce, Ms. Michelle, no? And given that, what particular steps did Union Bank take to ensure such productivity, even from work from home arrangements or telecommuting?
Yeah, so it is important. I saw a video prior to my opening remarks, and that lady talked about the why, and that is part of culture building. Culture building is very much important in our organization, and it's a key component to allowing people to buy in into why you need to do things, why you need to change. So they need to understand, employees need to understand that we are working in Union Bank because we have a higher purpose, and that aligns all of us. Even in the pandemic, our leaders are prepared to share why. Why do we need to do this? What is the impact of these things that we're doing? And because of that, people are able to buy in. We also have a high culture of engagement. In fact, when we measured our engagement, it was the highest during the lockdown. I guess people feel grateful that because of the resiliency, organizational resiliency, jobs continued to be provided. No one was left behind. And we continued to release products and services that delighted the customer, release products and services that are relevant because they are digital, right? In a contactless economy, the way to go about commerce is to go into digital, and we have provided those solutions, in fact making us one of the most helpful banks in the region. We were cited by an award-giving body for that. We owe it to our people because of they were all aligned to the purpose of the organization, which is to co-create innovations for a better world. When we had to be digital and agile, they quickly unlearned the old and relearned the new skills to future-proof themselves. The bank, on the other hand, provides those opportunities for people in the organization to tech themselves up, which is why we have been more prepared, perhaps, than most organizations.
Okay, that's great, no? After all, we are in the world of digitization, and this is where you could really co-create innovation or put it as part of the business model of the company. So you mentioned earlier, Ms. Michelle, culture building, the preparedness of top management or leadership, which I believe is very, very important, and of course, the high culture of engagement, or if I may say, motivation of the entire workforce. Now, if I may ask you, what are the top three strategies that you used in order to manage employees, especially during this crisis such as the COVID-19?
Yeah, so the strategy has to do with, obviously, using the leaders, because we have a big organization. The team leaders, our group heads, our center heads are key in keeping the employees aligned to the vision of the organization and the goals. And one strategy is to continue the collaborative work for that, communicating regularly with their teams, updating them, continuing with the town hall meetings, and of course, checking. It's also a way of checking on everybody, right? The second one is about key strategies during the pandemic was to keep our workplace safe. So we don't want to have high high COVID cases in the workplace, and we want to make our employees feel that they are valued and well taken care of, especially our frontliners. So we continue to test our employees, provide them telemed support, and then of course we are on our way to working to provide them vaccines, right? And their wellness also is very important to us, their emotional health. So we have partnered with a provider who has actually given us counseling services. So for anyone who's in need, you continue to provide that, give those basic needs. The third one is we did not stop our capability building efforts. So even if we work remotely or we don't see each other every day, we do have virtual classes, and we have a platform where employees can just consume content and attend classes so that they can continue to upskill themselves, because the world is changing very fast, and learning should not stop. That's why we have those. So it's about the leader being very empowered to lead their teams and to lead their teams towards the goals of the organization, and to check on everyone to see if everyone is engaged. The second one is promoting a safe and healthy workplace, paying attention to employee wellness. And the third one would be on capability building, continuing that amidst the pandemic.
Okay, so again, 3 strategies: collaborative work, safe workplace, and showing value to employees, and capability building efforts. So one thing that really gave me a highlight in what you said is your value on emotional health and wellness, which I believe is very, very important nowadays, not just for the workplace, but everyone in general. So because of that, how can you explain the support that you have given your employees during the crisis, say by reducing pandemic impact? How are you able to manage these things, Ms.
Yeah,
Michelle?
so we do a lot of planning. So we have a resiliency committee in our organization, but at the same time in HR, we are very much attuned to the needs of our people. We listen a lot to what top management, line managers, our employees, whether they are officers or rank and file, we listen a lot to them, and we value their feedback and inputs in terms of what needs to be done for employees. We are receptive, and it so happened that our senior leaders are also receptive to things that we would propose, and if it's good for the employee, and if it's something that will benefit for the common good, then there's really no issue having these initiatives approved. But in our team in HR, we build structures, systems. HR work is both an art and a science, and we blend this. We do collaborative work ourselves in the various teams of HR. I'm fortunate to have a talented group, a hardworking group who would really want to make a difference, because we believe that if we engage employees, engage customers. What we do impacts the uh, overall business of our institution. So that's how we contribute and really paying attention to our people.
Wonderful, no? Listening. That is actually one of the best practices because, of course, when it's communication, it's two-way, no? And it's very difficult to listen. But yeah, it's one thing I want to highlight is that you mentioning that it's the structure systems for the common good. So all of these things actually encapsulate a positive work environment. And for HR, no? At least, or for the company, since you mentioned that HR is an art and science, how are you able to create or mold a positive work environment with your structured systems?
Yeah, so we have follow a framework for engagement. If you're familiar with, you can research this. It's a Gallup Q12, 12 questions that answer four key questions. The first question is on the perspective of the employee, because you always have to put these perspectives from the side of the employee, like you do with your customer, diba? You become customer-centric. Inside the organization, you become employee-centric. So the first one is, an employee would always ask, what do I get for the job that I am supposed to do? So you are supposed to give tools, she or he is supposed to learn about what his goals are, how can he best contribute. The second question from the employee perspective is, what do I give, right? So that has to be discussed by management. The expectations must be set. And of course, there's regular feedback and support. The third one is, how do I learn? Do I belong, right? So you need to make sure that it's not just about work. You also try to make sure that your environment is good for people because they are actually friends with one another. They support one another. In fact, one of the questions being asked in that 12 questions is, do you have a best friend at work? And funny as it may seem, a lot of people have asked me, best friend at work, really? But it serves a purpose when you work hard and you don't have a friend in the workplace. Now, even virtually, you cannot communicate, right? We miss all of them. That's why maybe the mental health is going up, because you long for socialization. But really, that's important. And there's a high degree of camaraderie in the organization, and because of that, it contributes to high engagement. And the last, I already mentioned, learn and grow is the last, because people long for advancement and to move up in their career, especially those who have the ambition and those who would like to be better in life. They aspire for higher positions, or maybe want to learn other jobs. So that one is also provided. So if you do that really well and provide all the systems and structures for it to happen, then engagement goes up. Yon. And it keeps employees motivated. So we follow that. We even measure ourselves because we want to know the pulse of the organization. Where are we in a spectrum of 1 to 5? Are we engaging or not engaging? And so I said that during the pandemic, this score went up. And even it was the highest, all-time highest during the pandemic.
Oh, that's wonderful news. And the good thing is that you really use measures because, of course, it's easier, especially with the difficulties of being virtual. No, it's easier if you have all of these skills so that at least you know. And the most important thing, of course, is the feedback. Really, no, it's definitely not just about the work, but the environment. So nowadays it's virtual. Yeah, there are mental health issues, and I'm glad you're very proactive also when it comes to that. And there is definitely a longing for socialization. May I please ask Ms. Michelle, how do you think will COVID-19 affect or change the future of the workplace?
Oh, that's a very interesting question, and that's much talked about. Definitely, there are some myths that have been debunked by COVID, like uh, working remotely. How effectively can this be? Can get Is this going to be effective? Can this be uh, done more long term? I think it depends on the organization, because, or the industry rather, because some jobs really do need to have that face-to-face interaction. But what is being explored today is the ability to work remotely, because it does increase the level of productivity for some industries, and therefore maybe one of the solutions could be, as we go back to the workplace, the arrangement could be more hybrid, meaning a portion of your work time is actually in the workplace, and a portion maybe working remotely. Mhm.
All right. So yeah, I definitely agree, no. And I like what you said earlier, the debunk myths. I've been reading also a bit about this and whether it's effective or not. And I do agree that it's also dependent on the industry. And well, with the traffic around us, it is helpful and more productive for certain companies. So I do suppose, and echoing what you said, that hybrid arrangements are already the new normal, especially it's supporting the telecommuting act that was actually set now in the country. Now, Ms. Michelle, my last question for you is, what advice can you give to small business owners and entrepreneurs, especially those who are still struggling with the pandemic?
Yeah, well, I just want to say, like what I said in the opening, that, it's very hard, not just for small industries, but also for big industries. A lot has changed. And I think we just have to keep going to see where we can make a difference. And of course, to continue the good work of giving livelihood, and keep on trying. There is a support system around you. I think this is a good crowd to begin with, and to seek help, ask questions, especially with your community, because I'm sure that you will find the answers amongst your community, to take advantage of that, and also learn from the experiences of others, so that you would be able to navigate as best as you can amidst these changing times, as we also are in Union Bank. So even if I have given you some great news about how we are doing today, we do navigate and also work very hard to make sure that we keep steady and we keep to our goal, because at the end of the day, as leaders of enterprises and organizations, we are needed by many people, because of the lives and livelihood at stake. So work with your community and get insight and the answers also from them.
Wonderful, no? Indeed, there is a support system, and everyone is contributing to livelihood. So, as what Miss Michelle has mentioned, seek help, ask questions amongst the community. So, I think that's about it for me. Now, I have a few questions, Miss Michelle, from the audience. The first question is, do you have COVID testing and vaccination programs in Union Bank? How did you roll this out?
So we do have a COVID testing program. Our frontliners and anyone would like working from home would like to go back to the workplace have to be tested every 14 days. We also have health protocols before you're able to get inside our workplace, you need to abide by the protocols for contact tracing, as well as the wearing of masks and other PPEs. For the vaccine program, yes, we do. We're working with LGUs, and we have a tripartite agreement as a private institution to offer vaccines to our employees. So the LGU work is, of course, as they roll out vaccines, our employees avail of it, and we're also working toward getting our employees vaccinated through the vaccines that we will be offering as a private institution.
All right, thank you for that, Ms. Michelle. Moving on to the next question. How do you handle employee burnout?
Well, that is common. We notice that as a phenomenon happening nowadays because of the, you're accessible 24/7 and you're looking at the screen most of the time, sometimes without breaks, because now you're accessible, right? So we do allow our employees to still have vacations. Encouraging people to take a break. We have wellness programs. The funny thing is today it's virtual. So in Union Bank, we still have yoga classes. We promote brown bag sessions. We have talks on parenting and how to handle work from home while your kid is beside you and you're managing their schoolwork. And so we have all these tips to actually help our employees. We've also thought about that, and it's been very challenging. And of course, we have that offer for them to avail of counseling in case of burnout. But at the end of the day, it's about reminding our people to take breaks, to rest, recharge during the weekend, and of course, manage the schedule. So though you don't encounter that burnout.
I really like the wellness programs and even yoga classes. I think there's a lot of excitement, no, that you guys have. I mean, it's wonderful. Now, here's another question. So a lot of people resign, especially when they have to report back to work, of course, after having to go through work from home arrangements, right? So the next question is, how do you address your frontliners' needs?
So in the beginning, we really, up to this day, we provide them support. So we know that one of the things during the lockdown was the transportation issue. So we arranged this for them. And so we also came up with a buddy system that maybe the frontliners, not all of them have to be exposed. Some branches can remain open. Some, especially those that are nearby, can actually also close. And you have that buddy system where you alternate people so that you don't expose everybody to COVID. Of course, when they get sick, there's this medical support that we provide. Apart from testing, we provide COVID kits. COVID kits is just a simple kit that contains all the essentials you need to monitor your temperature, your oxygen levels. It has the basic medicines to get well in the next 14 days. We do have a concierge, a hotline where people can call telemedicine. And if you have to be hospitalized, of course, we have our benefits officers who are there who assist in providing that support for the employee. We also have invested in a health program, a group health insurance for our people, so that when they get sick, it doesn't cause too much of a dent on their pockets. So these are the support mechanisms we have. in place because at the end of the day, we do value the people that we work with.
Very, very wonderful culture. Now, let's proceed to something that's more virtual in nature, no? Part of the new normal. So, there's such thing, and I think you mentioned it earlier, as employee burnout. So, interestingly enough, have you experienced this Zoom call or fatigue? And what advice can you give to people who are experiencing Zoom, Google Meets, or whatever it is that they use as video conferencing tools? The fatigue. Yan.
Yeah, I would consciously be aware of what's happening around me. So that's this is already my personal advice because you can also get tired, and we've all experienced that ourselves, that looking at the screen the entire day could be very taxing, not just to the eyes, to the head, right? And of course, it's not the same as you would have with personal interactions. I think you have to be conscious of how this impacts your body and your state. And you try to take breaks in the middle of the day as well as in the afternoon. Maybe you can do a variety of things to keep to something interesting. Maybe work on a hobby, read, and maybe actually chat with a friend. It doesn't have to be virtually. It can be picking up the phone and maybe have a virtual lunch. As we do in the bank, we have team days, we celebrate birthdays, we celebrate successes over lunch, and that has been very recharging for many of us. It's not just about Zoom calls and work. You need to have a mindfully provide some rest in your work day and a variety of activities so that you don't burn out.
Very interesting. Now, after all, you can still be very creative and innovative even virtually. All right. Now, Miss Michelle, before we end, no, any final or last words for small business owners or entrepreneurs?
Yeah, so I'd like to thank all of you for the work that you're doing for the country, and I wish you all the best. Union Bank is here to support you through our Global Linker, our Eureka, our UBX. And, we will always be here to support our SMEs. Mabuhay po kayong lahat.
All right. Salamat again, Miss Michelle, no, for sharing so much valuable and positive insights for today. I really felt the positivity, and mabuhay sa lahat ng mga businesses and entrepreneurs. I'm pretty sure our audience received a lot of key takeaways that they can apply to their own workplaces and also in their own lives. So I will see everyone again later for another relevant talk on mental and physical wellness for entrepreneurs together with Ms. O and Dr. Mark Malanay of Insular Healthcare. See you, everyone.
Thank you.
Union Bank has been at the forefront of digital transformation since we started 5 years ago. In our quest to become the best digital bank of the Philippines, we have been championing the mission to deliver superior and seamless customer experiences that elevate the lives of the customers we serve. We do this by keeping our customers' needs front and center when we design our innovative solutions, and we leverage people and technology to make this happen. The fruits of our hard work have paid off as we are transforming the lives of millions of Filipinos through our products and services. 2020 was no doubt a difficult year for all, with the global pandemic sparing no one. Despite the difficulties we all faced, we have seen many Filipinos demonstrate their resilience and ingenuity as many quickly adapted their businesses to cater to the new way of life. In the last 18 months, we have seen tremendous growth in the digital economy, with businesses large and small redefining how they reach out to and deliver services and goods to their customers. Union Bank is inspired by this innovative and transformative spirit and remains committed to helping Filipinos step up and transform their businesses in order to thrive in the age of digital. We believe that it is through helping others digitize that we will be able to achieve greater financial inclusion and prosperity. It has been said that digital is the great equalizer. With the Philippines and the Filipino being at the forefront of digital adoption and ingenuity, now is our time to leverage technology and transform our businesses in order to thrive. Union Bank believes that the Philippines will rise from this pandemic to be a stronger nation. And we at Union Bank stand committed to help small and medium businesses achieve their full potential through digital transformation and financial inclusion. Now is our time. Laban Negosyante.
Good day, everyone. It's an honor to be with you today. When Union Bank began its digital transformation journey in 2015, we envisioned ourselves as innovation leaders that would bring the future of banking to the present. Our battle cry for our digital transformation was nobody gets left behind. That is why we champion financial inclusion for all Filipinos through wide-reaching digital channels. In fact, we have taken special interest in providing digital convenience and digital efficiency to MSMEs by launching financial services focused on addressing your pain points, such as the MSME Business Banking app, SICAP for Loans, and Union Bank Global Linker, to name a few. They say that every crisis is accompanied by many opportunities, and it is now evident that the COVID crisis has accelerated the shift of consumer behavior to digital adoption. This 3-day convention is a wonderful opportunity to discover ways for us to collaborate with each other to not only survive, but thrive in this digital age. Union Bank will work hand in hand with you MSMEs as we continue to innovate and provide a unique digital banking experience that has no borders, one that is not limited by the number of branches, nor by the usual banking hours. We will not be hampered by distance, nor by the notorious Philippine traffic jams. With our digital innovations, we will provide banking services anytime and anywhere. Let us continue pushing boundaries to take on the opportunities arising from the crisis itself. We are confident that by adopting digital transformation to improve delivery of financial experiences, all of us will weather this crisis and emerge more resilient than before. The future of banking is closer than you think. Thank you and have a great day.
In terms of food, we've created an influence in the way we sell and deliver coffee. And we've also created a wave of people now supporting more local specialty coffee than the ones that are sold commercially. My name is Heidi Jo. I am a part owner of Kitchen Joe's and Heidi Coffee. Now, this is actually a family business that started way back in 1991. And it was only 3 years ago that we started to put up our own coffee shop, and now we also offer a variety of food. The main challenge was finding a balance between product quality and business growth. We wanted to offer food and coffee at very affordable prices, but at the same time we wanted our company to grow. I think one major role that Global Linker plays is its ability to create a digital platform that for business growth. It's a huge help because it provides for an avenue where businesses can interact, learn, and at the same time expand their networks. My big business dream is for Kitchen Joe's and Heidi Coffee to be a global brand. We wanted for our story to reach a multitude of people and give them the same experience every time that they dine at our place. My message is simple. Wake up each day with a goal or purpose and go for it. Don't worry about all else because passion and belief is so powerful that you could see and experience yourself how far you could go.
In the Philippines today, 99% of businesses are small businesses. They are the innovators and drivers of economic growth. But building and running these businesses can oftentimes be a financial struggle. The sensible solution? Getting a loan. However, existing loan products continue to rely on manual processes. Loan applications require heavy paperwork and take up too much time to review and approve. At UBX, data and technology now make loaning possible within just 5 minutes. CCAP, an online lending marketplace, lets small businesses select the kind of loan they need and simply apply online. Data also eliminates the need for collateral and numerous documents, as alternative sources of information are used to provide a better picture of the borrower. As the company works closely with lenders, credit bureaus, and other fintechs, applications and approvals can be completed digitally and approved instantly. Need a loan right now? Just apply on CCAP.
Thank you once again, Michelle and Dor. Always very inspiring to see powerful women in the spotlight. We need more of that, right? Now, I hope all of you learned more insights, right? Got more insights about how to manage, motivate your employees better, especially during these very challenging times. And lahat po ng shinare ni Miss Michelle, I can attest to its veracity. Ako po mismo ay isang miyembro ng organization ng Union Bank, and it's all true. Now, up next, we have to talk about something very exciting. It's a new innovation from Union Bank, and it's called UPay, which is an online payment hub for MSMEs, just like our audience this morning. This discussion will be led by some of our leaders, namely Mr. Chut Santiago, Mr. J.P. Soleman, and Mr. Jerry Ostea.
Good morning, everyone. Hi, welcome again to day 2, and I'm back here today para sa umagang ito. I'm very much excited to share with you something that is very new, an innovation that we have for MSMEs. Together with me today, so we will make this very light. Okay, so we'll make it very light, meaning it's going to be like an interview discussion. With me today is the guy na tinitingalaan ko sa Union Bank. And in fact, I ask him every day, Boss, how to be you po? The guy who is behind all of these innovations for MSMEs. We have the center head for the Mass Market and Financial Inclusion Organization of Union Bank. We have Sir Chut Santiago. Sir Chut, welcome to the stage.
Hi, good morning. Good morning to everyone watching here. And I'm so
Hi, sir.
excited this morning to
Yes.
be here to talk about this new service that we have.
All right. And also, we have on the stage today is Jerry Austria. Jerry is the head of Merchant Acquiring Group. Si Jerry naman yung tinitingala ako, sa pare, paano ba ako maging kagising gwapo mo? Yeah. Hi, Jerry. Welcome to the stage.
Hello, good morning. Thank you for the kind intro, JP. So it's a very exciting day for us. Kami ni Sir Chut, we've been looking forward to the opportunity to finally na may kukwento na rin namin itong UPay, itong exciting solution namin.
Right. So again, this morning we will have a soft or mini launch of a new program that Union Bank has built, for MSME. So we've been talking about UPay. So Sir Chut, can you tell us more about ano ba tong UPay?
So you pay me. No. Seriously, UPay is our latest offering. It's an all-in-one, fully integrated payment facility that will allow MSMEs to accept different forms of payment in different channels integrated in one platform. In short, when you sign up with Union Bank, you will have the option to send payment links as a request for payment to your customers with different payment options: bank transfer, pay via e-wallets, that's GCash or GrabPay, over the counter at 7-Eleven, Bayad Center, SM, and 50,000 more channels, debit card or even credit card. No need to talk to different institution. Isa lang. Just talk to us, sign up with us. It's as simple as 1, 2, 3. Generate your link, send your link. When your customers pay, receive your payment.
Okay. All right. So, bilis pala. 1, 2, 3. Generate a link, send the link, customer pays via link. And in fact, having a lot of those payment channels that you mentioned earlier, so Chut, ang daming options. Diba? You don't have to, nadagdag ko na. You don't have to maintain multiple accounts. You don't have to pay multiple different wallets. Check them one by one. You only look at one system, and it's UPay. Jerry, have anything to add to what Sir Chut mentioned?
Yes, thanks, JP. Now with UPay, we wanted to address yung mga hassles ng mga merchants, yung mga pain points nila. Kasi right now, what they're experiencing is maraming barriers for them to accept payments. For example, yung mga technical barriers. Ano ba yun? Kailangan may website ka for you to accept payments online. Kailangan mag-integrate ka to several payment providers, which entails downloading numerous apps and opening several bank accounts. Now, there's also the challenge of going through the hassle of the application process. You have a long list of requirements to submit to the payment provider, so it's a tedious process. And having all of these multiple payment providers, medyo tedious din yung reconciliation because they're all located in different apps, in different accounts. And I would say that this is what UPay wants to address, yung pain points ng mga to. And with our single platform, we will be able to provide our MSMEs with a very convenient way of allowing their customers to pay them.
Right. Okay. So basically, when we were conceptualizing UPay, when the group was really talking about it and said we will do this, so who was the priority list? Sino yung customer in mind talaga natin during that time?
Well, when we started to talk about this, that was the time that the pandemic, happened. And we all know that when the pandemic started, 70% of businesses were forced to close down because of the lockdown. And we all know that of the registered businesses, about 99% are MSMEs. And so we said that, we gotta do something about this. This is a big portion of the economy, a big portion of the businesses. We knew we have to do something about this, and that's basically our target.
Okay, so it's really those who felt the heat or felt that crunch during the lockdown. And understandably, we're talking about the small ones, the micro entrepreneurs, yung mga gusto sanang maka-continue ng business, but it's very, very much challenging, lalo na kung very cash heavy before ang kanilang negosyo. Right. So Jerry, as the merchant acquiring leader of the bank, what are the case scenarios you feel would greatly best benefit from UPay as a product?
Okay. Thanks, JP. Now, si UPay, we want to give access dito sa mga SMEs natin with a quick go-to-market solution. Especially now, during the pandemic, na-mention nga ni Sir Chut, there's this shift in purchases towards online transactions. And the absence of digital payment solutions sa mga SMEs would mean losing advantage to competitors, especially if yung competitors nila have access to online payments for their customers. Now, JP, I always like to give this example sa mga talks ko on UPay. Sample, mag-benefit nito. I am an online seller. Now, I sell cookies. I sell cookies online. Now, I have my Facebook account. I have my Instagram account. I also sell in Viber. Now, ikaw, JP. So you're looking to buy cookies, and then you came across my Instagram or Facebook account, and then you say, "Uy, mukhang masarap yung cookies na ginagawa ni Jerry, Jerry's Cookies. Baka order nga." So you message me privately, di ba? Sabi nga, DM is key, di ba? PM is key. So you send me a private message and you want to order yung 1 box of hot selling chocolate chip cookies. So I read the message and say, "Okay, JP, how many pieces do you want to order? You want the 1 box, 1 box." So gusto mo order. So ito yung convenience ng UPay. For me, the merchant, I can just create a payment link. Input there yung amount that you have to pay. Diba? Put the details. This is, for example, this is ordered by JP, expecting delivery on this day. And ito yung details. Now, I send you that link. Now, paano ko pwede siyang isend sa'yo? I can send it as well in my Instagram account, in a DM or a PM as well. Sa Instagram, sa Facebook, Viber, or gusto mas formal through email. So I can send you the link through those different channels. And you, as the buyer of my cookies, you will just open the link, you click it, and then you see, wow, ang dami palang payment options na pwede kong means for me to pay Jerry's Cookies. So there's Union Bank, there's UB Online, there's InstaPay, there's credit card. So the convenience of you choosing your payment method, yun yung pinaprovide ng UPay. And once you click pay through the link, I will receive a notification. Very convenient. Makikita ko, uy, bayad na yung one box of cookies na in order ni JP. So this will trigger me na, okay, it's time for me to send na yung 1 box of cookies to JP. It's that simple. The experience is very seamless, both for me as a merchant and to JP as a consumer buying yung goods ko.
So, and the thing is parang very, very much inclusive siya, no? Whether you are a registered small business doing, say, services, accounting, law firms, etc., to a home baker selling cookies. I guess even to informal sellers later on, no? Yung mga nag-resell, diba? Yung mga ganyang bagay. This would, again, be a very valuable proposition for them. So now, Sir Chut, let's talk about how the service completes the whole Union Bank proposition. So I do understand that in Union Bank, we are promoting now that the best way for us to deliver better services to MSMEs is continuously combine and innovate platforms and services. And I believe we have this idea of putting them all into one digital space. I remember you love calling it the MSME Business Banking Hub. Can you share with us a little bit more about how this completes that whole proposition? Yes.
JP and those listening, the lockdown really gave us a very good insight in terms of what's needed. Um, the business landscape completely changed, and so we came in very quickly to look at what the market requires. And our study showed there were four main pain points that our MSMEs face today. The first one is the pandemic required a shift of business from brick and mortar to digital. And so we said the first pain point is how do they build their online presence and be able to expand into this new market? And we already have that, and we launched our global linker, uh, which helps them, for that purpose. Then once you build an online store, what's next? How do you manage your finance? How do you make payments? How do you pay your suppliers? And we already have our MSME banking app that supports that. Now you have your online presence, you have your finance assistant through the banking app. Then you need capital to expand or develop new products for this new segment. We have the business loans now available in the CCAP marketplace. Now, what's the missing link? The missing link is you have all this, you have your store, you have your financial assistant, you have capital, but how do you complete the transaction? You're able to make a sale. How do you collect the payments of your customers? Now comes our UPay for MSME. This is the missing link that completes our MSME business hub. And this hub, basically, if you look at, it's an integration of the different platforms that we have that will address the entire need from birth to growth, right? And we think that this offering will further strengthen, our support to the MSMEs.
Nice. So, ang ganda nun. Meaning, if we put them together, and we're saying that this is not just something that's purely on the transaction side of things, no? As a bank, normally a bank would always be really just involved about your financial transactions. But now with an MSME banking hub proposition, we're saying it goes beyond banking. Mas malayo pa ang pwedeng itulong ng Union Bank sa mga MSMEs. So Jerry, so in terms of the merchant acquiring, how have we transformed to support this MSME business banking hub from your point of view naman?
Yeah. Now, I'd like to add to what Sir Chut has mentioned about UPay. Now, we envision UPay to be this seamless, secure, and cost-effective digital payments platform. Now, we want to provide yung MSMEs natin ng reliable and easy access to payment services. Tatanggalin na natin yung hassle para sa kanila in availing of all of these different payment channels. It's all in this one payment solution. Now, I also would like to mention na itong digital transactions or if they use si UPay, may advantage din yan kasi transacting payments online, it leaves an auditable trail which can be leveraged later on if they want to avail of credit facilities for their for business expansion. Tulad nga ng sinabi ni Sir Chut, it completes the whole equation.
Okay. Sige. I'm sure mayroon mga questions na dyan. I can see the chat that some questions are coming in, but okay, let's take it one by one. So medyo there's a big trust now, and I know that this is going to be a very big help for the SME segment. Jerry, maybe you can share with us. Can we know the features and benefits that we get? How do I activate? How do I sign up? May standards ba to? Am I required to have a bank account with Union Bank and all those? Can you walk us through?
Okay. Sige, Japes. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3, JP. First, of course, kailangan muna i-access mo or i-download mo yung SME business banking app. Now, once you're able to download the app, if you already have an existing Union Bank account, you can actually enroll it dun sa within the app. Or if our MSME is an existing the portal user, they can actually use their existing credentials in signing on the app. And by the way, the app itself, the MSME, the SME business app, you can actually apply for a bank account there. So it has multiple features. So once you're done with the first step, the next, of course, you have to fill in some necessary information dun sa app. And you have to, there's a tab there that says request for payment. Now, once you click that tab, it will ask you some basic information like your social media accounts, your website, if you have a Facebook and Instagram account, just for us to get to know the MSME better. As reference, we will be able to double check the products you're selling. Now, once we're able to do that, third is actually activating the payment link functionality itself after we review the information that you gave us. Actually, JP, parang 2 steps lang yun, one and two, and then you're good to go. You're ready to send payment links to your customers. And like we mentioned earlier, registered businesses and maybe later on those that are part of the informal sector can have access to our UPay solution.
Okay, so everything is done in the app. I mean, wala na yung, 'di ba? Alam ko yan na pag nag-a-apply ka ng mga banking services, kung ano yung mga dokumento, kailangan mo i-print, kailangan mo i-fill upan, pirmahan. Now, we made it dun sa app mo na mag-a-apply. Doon ka sa app mag-a-apply. Tama,
Yes. Yes, everything is built within the app. So this is really, you can do your transactions anywhere for the merchant. Diba? You're outside and someone wants to buy yung cookies again. Diba? I can easily send them a payment link, or anyone anywhere can actually access or apply for or download the app. It's very convenient.
Okay, so to clear lang then, I'm sure there were some questions about this. Kailangan ba na may Union Bank account ka? Yes, but you can open an account through our mobile app mismo, no? SME Business Banking app. I'm sure it's there in Google Play, Android, or Apple Store, di ba, yung mga ganun bagay. Right, so we've also disrupted pala the onboarding process in the banking industry. Imagine a financial service that can be availed off through an app. So to emphasize, Jerry, maybe you can help us here. When is this request for payment or UPay? When is it going to be live? When can customers avail of it in the mobile app?
Okay, thank you, JP. Ito na ba yung big reveal?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to have this solution live by July 5. So by July 5, the merchant can already start sending payment links sa mga nila, sa mga customers nila. I'm sure our MSMEs will be very excited to start sending payment links. But ano ba yung mga available na payment links? So we'll have by July 5. We'll start off with InstaPay and UB Online. So those existing customers ng UB Online can pay you through the app. Now, how about the other payment channels? Diba? The exciting ones, yun sila credit cards, sila QR code payments, sila digital wallets such as GCash and GrabPay. That will be released come August dun sa second version ng UPay. So it's actually it doesn't stop there come August. We will be continuously adding. I don't think I can say yet kung ano pa yung dadagdag natin, but with UPay, it's a continuous adding of payment channels those that are relevant sa mga consumers natin, diba? Because our main objective here is really providing a whole complete solution, or a complete solution menu of all of these payment channels to our merchants and the consumers paying them.
Okay, thanks, Jerry. Pero ito, I will jump into a very persistent question in YouTube channel natin right now. Pwede mo bang i-share sa amin ano yung magiging fees and charges dito sa UPay?
Okay. Ito na, pricing, the exciting part. Okay. Maybe the detail. Lagyan naman natin ng konting suspense. We'll be revealing that come the launch in July 5. You can the menu of the price list will be within the app. Once you click the terms and conditions, it will show you the pricing. But just to give you a flavor how we price our services now. There's a merchant fee or a merchant discount rate for card transactions. Now for digital payments such as Grab and GrabPay and GCash, there are fixed transaction fees. For InstaPay and UB Online, there are fixed transaction fees. So per transaction po ang charging namin. So we made our pricing very flexible and shall I say consumer friendly. Diba? Importante rin is this yung pricing namin, it's something na hindi mabigat, of course, both to the merchant. Yeah, so that's as far as what I can disclose right now to of course to keep the suspense pag full launch tayo.
For now, yes. But for those viewers who are very much interested to know more about it, we do have FAQs or frequently asked questions available for you in our website. You can log into unionbankph.com/MSME, and there makikita nyo doon in one of the tabs is the UPay product. And andun, how do I sign up? Fees and potential fees and charges and so on. Jerry, there's one more question. Is it automatic? We have to clear this also. Automatic ba pag nag-sign up sa UPay, kasama na kagad yung credit card acceptance? Or is there something that has to happen in between?
Good question, JP. Now, during our discussion with the merchants, our merchant understanding, meron mga merchants na who are already happy or ang need nila yung like yan sila InstaPay, bank transfer, digital wallets. Some may need yung credit card payment or accepting credit card transactions maybe later on pag lumaki sila. So it's very flexible. Now you can apply for the basic ones, the InstaPay, the bank transfer, and then separately you can apply for may separate requirements yun sa Visa, Mastercard requirements din natin. So whichever suits the merchant's needs, we can address. So
the merchant has to go through another type of checking for the Visa and Mastercard, if I remember right. Okay, Sir Chut, so I guess we're running a little bit out of time, but mostly, what is the future of this UPay? What can we look forward after July 5? Marami pang lalabas, sabi ni Jerry, but what can we look forward to?
Yeah, kung ayaw sabihin ni Jerry, ako sasabihin ko. After the sending of the payment links, is just a start. By August, as Jerry has mentioned, we'll be adding 50,000 channels or counters, right? By being able to integrate the e-wallets and the over-the-counter payments that are available in our platform. And by that time, we would have integrated our Visa and MasterCard payment gateway into this platform. But what's more interesting is that soon after that, we will be able to offer an integration of this payment channel into the online stores that our MSMEs have, for them to have an online checkout counter. And not only that, we will also be able to enable their delivery services to be able to process payments at the point of delivery using our QR code. And if that's not enough, we will also be putting into the platform an option for a buy now, pay later payment option for the customers of our MSMEs. So all these different channels, different options will be made available in this UPay for MSME platform.
Wow, buy now, pay later. So parang installment ang dating, Sir Chut, no?
Yeah. So for those high ticket items, they can, the customers will actually have the option to borrow the payment, right? And we will be able to process that using our state of the art data analytics scoring models for lending.
Nice. Okay. Sorry, there's one question and very, very much interesting from Dennis. If an online merchant, can they collect in terms of foreign currency for a foreign buyer using UPay? Jerry, that might be yours.
For now, yeah. Okay, I'm online. Yeah. For now, we're taking a look at that that option as well. Like I said, it's a continuous it's a continuous innovation of the app. If we see that this solution or this application is relevant, we will include that in the next iteration. So the answer is it is possible.
It's possible, yes. So, but although I believe Visa, Mastercard, even if it's issued abroad, if you have Visa, Mastercard acceptance, pwede naman, no? Right. So yeah, the future of this looks very heavy, but honestly very, very exciting. I'm very happy to be part of the group who's to enable this. Now, I'd like to invite Sir Chut and Jerry. Any final messages for our SMEs who are watching right now? Maybe we'll start first with Jerry. Any final messages?
Okay. Ito na ba yung sales pitch ko? Thank you, JP. Thank you, everyone, for listening in. Now, just some final words. UPay, for me, UPay is more than just a payment solution. It's a tool to empower MSMEs to be able to compete and level the playing field with much bigger competitors out there. Now, we want to give our MSMEs the opportunity to grow their business. You're going to do it online in the digital space. You're actually expanding your reach. And also, with this expansion, you're actually selling to a much bigger base of customers. You're actually acquiring new customers for your business. Now, having said that, I'd like to invite our dear MSMEs who are listening to download the MSME app or the SME business banking app and experience for yourselves yung power ng digitalization and for you guys to unlock yung potential ng business nyo through UPay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jerry. Sir Chut, I know you are, for everyone's information, Sir Chut will actually be the closing remarks for tomorrow, the very final. So, hindi ko hihingin yung closing remarks mo, Sir Chut, but any messages lang, short one for the MSMEs today.
Yeah, well, I just want to say that our goal in Union Bank is to empower MSMEs to succeed in their business. So ang masasabi ko lang, makakaasa po kayo na tuloy-tuloy naming susuportahan kayong mga MSME. Maraming salamat po.
Right. Thank you so much, Sir Chut. Now, for those who are interested, again, like I mentioned, you have unionbankph.com/MSMEs. You can find out more there. Or if you would like to send us an email, if you would like to talk to a person, ang email address po ng grupo ni Jerry is onlinepayments@unionbankph.com. Email nyo lang po kami. Just give us your name, your company name, and one of our merchant officers can get in touch with you to talk to you more about UPay for MSMEs. So for today, maraming salamat, Sir Chut. Maraming salamat, Jerry. Mga idols ko kayo. You know that. And I do hope you have a wonderful afternoon. To our viewers, please stay tuned. We have a lot more in store. May mga parating pa po tayong speakers. And I hope you're enjoying the show. Thank you very much. Magandang araw! Maligayang araw ng MSMEs sa lahat sa inyong mga minamahal naming members ng Union Bank Global Anchor at sa lahat ng negosyante sa buong mundo.
So thank you for that, Sir Chut, Sir JP, and Sir Jerry, my very handsome, amazing bosses, for sharing with us the upcoming launch for UPay. So guys, I would like to reiterate that you just have to download the MSME Business Banking app to know more about this or visit our website. Now for our next speaker, I'm actually very excited to introduce her. So I'm actually guilty of supporting, not really guilty, but really happy to introduce our next speaker because she's someone from this very famous e-commerce website. So for those that actually bought from Lazada, I want to see those heart emojis on the comment section below. Actually, I'm also guilty in, adding to cart. Now for our next topic, we will be talking about business model innovation with Lazada's Ishana Wong. Because of the pandemic, many business owners found themselves moving towards the digital space. So she will be talking about that with us, and she actually is currently a senior associate with Lazada Philippines. She started with the tools team to find sustainable ways to help thousands of entrepreneurs with the power of technology. And now she's bridging the gap between offline businesses to continue, or to bridging the gap rather to bridging the gap between offline businesses to online businesses opportunities through Lazada Philippines. Now, let's welcome Miss Ishana Wong. You can take...
All right. Hi guys, thank you so much for joining today. Thank you so much, Marga, for that wonderful introduction. No? So I'm very happy to hear that you are supporting us. And because of that, right, it doesn't mean that you're supporting Lazada necessarily, but you are supporting the thousands of SMEs here in the Philippines. So for today, we're going to discuss about business model innovation. So I'm very excited to share with you on this one, guys, because there's a lot of opportunities that you can learn from me today. So I know, right, marami tayong kailangan matuto as a businessman. Hindi tayo tumitigil doon, and I'm very happy to contribute to that today. So super simple. I just want to check if you guys can see my screen. There. Okay. So ano ba ang ibig sabihin ng business model? Alam mo, I've always learned this, businessmen and women, hindi naman kailangan nila magkaroon ng mataas na, course in certain colleges or a lot of different, teachings or classes, right? At the end of the day, I really feel like businessmen and women are really go-getters. They just do things and they learn on the way. But to give a little bit of idea, no, like what a business model is and why it's important, I'll just borrow a quote from Joan Magreta. So for her, business models are basically stories at heart. So it's stories that explain how enterprises work. And ito yung importante na natuwa talaga ako when I heard it. A good business model answers who is the customer and what does the customer value. So two things, no? Sino ang customer mo? At saka ano yung ano yung importante sa kanya para matulungan mo. And I want to give you guys an example, no? So, of course, we know Netflix. Everyone has heard of it, especially during this time and age, no? So, ano ba yung business model ng Netflix if we think about it now? So, right now, they're basically a subscription service for unlimited stories accessible anytime, anywhere for entertainment seekers. So nakita niyo po dyan, naka-highlight sino yung customer. So yun yung mga entertainment seekers, which is hopefully tayo, no? I'm definitely one of them. But also, ano yung value na binibigay nila? So yung binibigay nila proposition is unlimited stories accessible anytime, anywhere, whether you're on your laptop, on your phone, kayang-kaya mo siya makikita. And unlimited siya kasi they keep on getting new content and also getting previous content that people like, di ba? So hopefully that sits into you guys. And while I discuss IKEA's business model next, kailangan na natin i-reflect ourselves as you guys, yung mga entrepreneurs natin sa call today. Sino ba yung mga customers niyo? Ano yung mga binibigay niyo sa kanila na special quality na hindi nila mahanap sa iba, di ba? So for IKEA naman, so they're a retail business, they're very trade, di ba? But ano yung nagsiset them apart, diba, from competitors? Yung customer value nila is they give cheaper and high quality items para kanino? For DIY enthusiasts. So imagine mo if ikaw yung IKEA, ang dami mo ng competitors in terms of furniture, di ba? But paano kayo nagiging special amongst them? You're cheaper kasi yung aspect of services, building the tools or building the furniture, tinanggal na nila yun sa cost nila. That's why they are able to afford a cheaper price, right? So hopefully hopefully you guys have an idea ano ba talagang business model nyo as a business, and also how does this help in the next few years, or how will you grow in the next few years, diba? I actually want to give you an example kasi as you can see on Netflix and IKEA, they're relatively new within the market. Pero I want to go back to the future, no? Reminisce tayo on how businesses has happened in the past few decades or even centuries. So before, yung businesses, sobrang iba siya, di ba? So let's give one example, yung newspaper business. Dati, fun fact, alam nyo ba, maraming mga newspaper boys na sinisigaw lang yung mga news along the streets. Kasi of course, dati, they just handwrite it, or they do stickers to tell them, hey, tapos na ang war, or hey, may bagong change in, let's say, products that they can buy. But because of the change in progress, no, in evolution or industrial revolution, nagkaroon tayo ng mga machines, nagkaroon tayo ng tools, and that enabled the business for newspaper to actually evolve with the printing press. So imagine mo dati, maraming mga bata hinahire para sigawin yung news. Ngayon, mayroon na tayong machine to actually print, thousands or if not hundreds of thousands of newspaper at one go. So as you can see, no, like businesses will always evolve. And for newspaper business, this is what happened. And you have to think about it in terms of their business model. They also have to shift it. Kasi now, with the available technology, of course, they started from, let's say, maybe certain barangays lang yung equivalent nila, maliit na cities lang, tapos konti lang yung hinahire nila ng newspaper boy. But as, the need to grow as well, their business model also changed. Instead of like doing only cities, they now do mass production in terms of their printing presses, di ba? I want to give another example. Ito, favorite natin, fast food restaurants. Siyempre, dati si McDonald's, they just have, let's say, maybe few stores. Siyempre, nagsisimula yan at one store lang dati. And of course, what's special about it, it's very cheap and it's very assembly line kind of situation. That's why it's called fast food. Kasi almost everything is prepared at one go and it's very easy to give already to the customer. So, paano pa kaya nag-evolve, no? Or paano pa kaya nag-innovate yung business model in terms of fast food? I'm pretty sure we know now. It's very obvious, pero dati hindi pa, di ba? But now, of course, we have cars, right? So, dati, imagine, it's just physical stores. Wala naman cars dati. They might be used to like cycling lang, walking, or even using horses at that time, no? But now we have, of course, again, due to technology, we have a lot of cars. And because of that, McDonald's and a lot of other fast food restaurants also have to evolve during that time. So yan, nagkaroon na sila ng drive-thru. So imagine mo, fast food na nga yung restaurant, mas mabilis pa siya, naging faster food pa siya in terms of rolling out. And it's very, very interesting kasi imagine mo, when McDonald's created this, they already have all of the assets. Meaning to say, meron na silang mga kitchen, meron na silang personnel to do the orders, di ba? When they added drive-thru, if you think about it, the asset required to do this, it's very minimal. Baka nagdagdag lang sila ng 3 windows sa store nila, tapos good to go na. And I found that very amazing kasi from shifting to what you currently have and shifting to a higher model that contributes maybe 30% more of your business, the jump is, in terms of capital, it's very limited but also needed. So it's very interesting now how we can always innovate in terms of the industry that we're on. So yun, I really love this example, no? So as we can see now, it has stayed for more than like 50 or 100 years. And it's interesting kasi to see where it will take us next, diba? And then, of course, we have our last example, which everyone, I'm pretty sure, is majority of the call today is part of, which is general trade. So yun, ito yung picture na to, nakita ko siya. It's interesting kasi ito yung OG or very original sari-sari store. So yan, syempre, of course, before, it's always barter and trade. It's very physical. You have to go somewhere and you have to make sure that they have the product. Imagine mo, if let's say I'm looking for a certain, let's say, dress. Before, I would go to a lot of different malls. Maybe I'd go to Greenbelt, I'll go to SM, then I'll go to Cubao or let's say Gateway. Ang rami, no? Tapos wala pang possibility na makikita mo yung product ngayon. Na yun, in terms of the store, di ba? But now, again, due to technology, we have e-commerce available for us. And it's interesting kasi yung kailangan mong hanapin with how niche it is or how special it is, you can just type it like what you would do in Google and automatically ang rami mo ng options, di ba? So it's very interesting kasi the time that you spend in terms of looking for the item has now minimized and it's technically at your fingertips at the comfort of your home. And since we're speaking about a lot of different changes in terms of timelines or in terms of how the businesses go, I want to share something that's very relevant to us today. And that's, of course, the pandemic that we are currently in. So I want to share with you guys now, SMEs, how you can utilize in terms of the current aspect or the current market landscape. So right now, the change has been instrumental. It's been honestly super crazy. Imagine right now, 73% of the whole Philippines are shopping online. And from the pandemic, we have 1.5 million online shoppers. So yung mga dating tito-tita na hindi na naniniwala sa shopping, syempre, they had no choice. Because of the pandemic, they can't go out. And of course, we all have essential goods that we need. And because of this, the consumer also has changed and has adapted to the current situation. And in terms of e-commerce, not specific, we have seen, a really huge jump in terms of pre-COVID sales. It's actually 2.5x. So imagine yung multiplier na yun in your business already. Let's fantasize already. If you're already earning, let's say, 1 million or let's say 5 million in terms of your sales, that will jump into 2 million or let's say 10 million in terms of sales, diba? More than even. So it's very very crucial right now to be part of that pie, to be part of the growing number of sales that we're experiencing in e-commerce. And because of the sales, we've seen also almost 2 times in monthly buyers increase versus 2019. So we've always foreseen e-commerce to be the next thing, but because of the pandemic, we were very fortunate enough to be part of the industry that accelerated its growth. So before, they say 2025 will hit this number, but actually now, because of the pandemic nga, napaaga siya. 2021 na nakikita na natin ulit yung numbers na nakikita namin, dapat 5 years pa lang. So the opportunity now is for you guys to be part of that trend, part of that wave that we are seeing right now. And I want to share you guys very interesting testimonials. We have 2 Lazada sellers that have seen enormous growth because of the pandemic. One is Super Fresh. So before, Lazada actually wasn't able to cater to fresh or perishable goods, but now we were able to innovate and adapt it in terms of technology. And if you are a seller of fresh and frozen items, you can now sell on Lazada. Like with Super Fresh, they're selling a lot of fresh ingredients. Ako, honestly, I am a victim of one. I just buy, my chicken, my vegetables, tomatoes from them na kasi they do same day delivery, and I don't want the stress of like thinking, oh my gosh, nagka-COVID na ba ako? And I also of course want to practice social distancing. So ever since they were on board, May of last year, they have seen 2.3 times in terms of their sales, whether from their usual offline trade, diba? For those naman who are not selling, let's say, fresh and frozen items, there are also still huge amount in growth. So we have sandals, so they're locally handcrafted footwear, and ang tagal na nila actually in the platform. They were with us since 2018, but because of the pandemic, nakakita silang 4 times in their sales because of the boom in terms of the e-commerce or the buyers, diba? So these are only 2 out of the thousands of tens and thousands of sellers that we're helping or enabling, and hopefully you guys can be part of that also. So I also want to share with you guys now why Super Fresh and Sandals chose Lazada. So right now, we're the leading e-commerce platform in the Philippines. We're actually the first as well. And because of this, Superfresh and Sandals benefited from these 3 major factors. So on average, we're already seeing 3 million average daily visits on the app. That's 3 million Filipinos that can be your customers at the end of the day. And again, this is from north to south, west to east of the Philippines. Everyone can be your customer. Of course, we're also the #1 most engaged brand on Facebook. So we have millions of followers not only on Facebook, but we also have in terms of Instagram. We also have a lot of offline events. And because of that, we're very happy to be a very top of mind brand when it comes to e-commerce for the Filipinos. Also, we're the top 10 most searched in the Philippines in terms of the visiting shopping sites. So as you can see here, as a seller, as a merchant, as an SME, yung kailangan nyo na partner when it comes to e-commerce is someone that drives a lot of potential customers to your store. And we're doing it every day. We have more than like 400, 500 people in Lazada. And imagine every day we're helping you guys build your stores more, build your sales more, and we're basically your teammates. So if you join Lazada, you have 500 other teammates into growing your business. Aside from that, of course, we have 4 major factors that you have to think of when it comes to infrastructure. One is easy payment. Of course, ang raming Filipinos unbanked, and I'm very happy kasi Union Bank and the whole team is also working on making sure that everyone shifts from unbanked to bank because of the potential benefits, right? But for those who are still downloading the app right now, the Union Bank app, we still of course cater to the cash on delivery, and we have numerous e-wallet partners that we have. So we have GCash, we have also of course your different credit card options. Another thing is of course our in-house logistics. So with this, it means na you have a partner. So we have Lex. It means that we are taking care of all of your deliveries. Yung nga, everywhere in the Philippines, there is someone that you can deliver it to. A third one is ensured quality. So of course, maraming factors and importante is to make sure that your products are top quality for our consumers so that we reduce return rates, cancellation rates, and we have so many tools to make sure that we help you communicate that to the buyers. So ang rami nating tools to make sure yung mga details of your products are already there, it's clear, and of course we share with them the best things about your products. And lastly, of course, we have seller support. So within your journey in Lazada for the first 90 days, we ensure that you will have someone that can guide you through the process. I know there are a lot of people na syempre might not be tech savvy, but don't worry kasi there will be someone to guide you through that process. You won't be alone, and there will be someone to answer all of your questions, whether paano ba mag-fulfill ng orders or kailan ba payouts ko. There will be someone to assist you within your 90 days. And of course, the benefits of Lazada doesn't end there, Kasi we have, of course, our mega campaigns. So if you've heard of 9, 9, 11, 11, 12, 12, these are the mega campaigns that you can, of course, join for free, completely free. And we see 6 times in your usual traffic and sale versus normal day. I actually want to share with you guys last year during 11/11, may mga sellers na hindi nakakabenta, let's say mga 5,000 na siya per month. Tapos nung 11-11, 12-12, may mga tao na giging one-day millionaryo, nakakabenta sila more than 1 million during 11-11 and 12-12. And imagine that, no? It's really heartwarming to see SMEs to give them the right tools to actually grow their business on their own. So hopefully, if you guys join, you can be part of that. May time pa. It's few months away till 11-11 and 12-12. And of course, we're excited to give you the tools and the traffic and all of our budget to make sure that a lot of Filipinos go to your stores during these mega campaigns. Another aspect, of course, is Lazada University. So, in Lazada, like what Union Bank and the other speakers said earlier, we really do want to power SMEs. And one of the aspects is, of course, learning. That's why you guys are also here in this call today or in this webinar, is to keep on learning. And with Lazada, we have what we call Lazada University. Parang nagkaroon na kayo ng course or naging BS management na kayo in Lazada. But the thing is, under Lazada University, we just don't teach specific to how to do Lazada specific things. No, we also go above and beyond. We partner with a lot of different entities. We actually partnered with Union Bank before to teach seller financing or financial management 101. We also partner with Ateneo, AIM, Google, Facebook to teach other aspect that's not specific to your Lazada business. It can be marketing, it can be content management, it can be specific to, again, seller financing. No, but within Lazada University, again, it's completely free and you can have all of the different learnings at the touch of your fingertips, and the growth will be forever. There's no limitation. It's not going to be a thing that we will be charging you guys in the future. So again, this is something that you guys can tap when you are part of the community, and it will never stop in terms of the content we're going to give it to you guys. Another thing that you will benefit when you're joining Lazada is what we call service marketplace. So this is above and beyond support na. So under service marketplace kasi, we partnered with different entities to give you the support that you need. Actually, before I met this SME tandem, no, mom and daughter lang sila, nagbebenta sila from their condo. They're selling mga bracelets and handmade jewelry. And it's interesting kasi since dalawa lang sila, and the daughter was actually studying, the mom asked Lazada, hey, meron ba kayong support mabigay? Kasi yung daughter ko, siya yung gumagawa ng store or ng banners in our stores. And she has school kasi, so wala siyang time. And from that, no, nag-start na tong whole service marketplace where we source for different partners to help the different sellers. So whether you are new, like the mom and daughter tandem that I mentioned, or whether you're a big brand, let's say P&G or Colgate-Palmolive, there are certain services that you can avail here kasi mayroon tayong mga photography, mayroon tayong live stream, mayroon tayong customer service, and of course, we have seller financing. So I'm very, very happy to have partnered with CCAP, which is a group within the Union Bank umbrella. No? So we actually partnered with them kasi, when it comes to loans, it's very special to understand na what you have in terms of assets is what will be what you will be dictating in terms of your growth. Ibig sabihin lang yan, let's say, meron kayong, 500,000. Yung 500,000 na yan, pumapasok dyan yung inventory mo. Sobrang ubus na agad yung capital mo kasi, of course, you want inventory para mabenta natin siya, whether you're selling on Lazada or your trade. It's very capital heavy. Now, when we partnered with CCAP, it was very interesting kasi hindi na sila limited to the capital that they have. They have unlimited access to, help in terms of building their inventory, into getting more people to help them when it comes to mega campaigns, or even, expanding their assortment line in terms of getting other products to be part of their portfolio. And it's interesting kasi since we're partnered already, it means it's a faster application process. Usually kasi when you go to banks, they wouldn't really think, hey, Lazada seller ako, paano ako makakuha ng loans, di ba? It's usually kasi kailangan may mga maraming requirements, maraming DTI documents, BIR, even let's say yung mga invoices nyo, di ba? But with Lazada, since we have data that's already stored, where CCAP can already pull with your permission, it already shows them how much you guys are selling and how fast you guys are selling to be approved for a loan, diba? And it really is fit for all service profiles as all seller profiles. Kasi imagine, you can now loan to to as low as 5,000 pesos up to 1,000,000 pesos with CCAP. And it's very interesting kasi whichever need that you needed, whether yung nga inventory kailangan mo or kailangan mo lang ng allowance for your team to, commute from their house to your office, it's capital that you can already access with CCAP. And to be honest, they do it very, very fast, no? I think it's less than 24 hours, and we've seen so many Lazada sellers super duper happy with their service na they not ended up not loaning only once, but more than twice, no? So it's very interesting kasi now their growth is exponential and they're not limited to the current cash flow that they have. And I also want to share with you guys, for Union Bank accounts, they actually get faster payout. We have partnered with them. So usually it takes like less than 5 days, but with Union Bank, you can already get it 2 to 3 days earlier, actually. So those are like the specifics when it comes to like partnering with Lazada, diba? Kasi you not only partner with us, but you also partner with multiple of our different entities. Like yun nga, CCAP, we partnered also with different, educational system. So those aspects, no, having free campaigns that you can join that boost your sales more than 6 times, having unlimited learning with Lazada University, and having partners that will support you above and beyond. We have also with Service Marketplace. And that doesn't end here, no. I also want to show you guys how much benefit it is with partnering with us. Kasi with us, you get a lot of freebies and support. Like today, having this Union Bank and Lazada partnership, we're actually giving out more than 1,000,000 pesos in terms of support. So we just need you guys to support, and the 150 sign up will get something from us. So you're either gonna get product photography, you're gonna get either also product upload or even store design. So just sign up using this specific link and QR code. You just have to type bit.ly/LazRegister now. And don't forget to put your referral code, Laban Tayo. You put it there so that we can track your entry, and also so that we can give you the freebies that we promised you guys earlier. So thank you again so much for listening. Hopefully, if there are any questions, please let me know. No? But it's very interesting. And at the end of the day, I just want to echo all of the speakers earlier. Today, our goal, as an enabler for SMEs, yung goal talaga namin is to make sure that you guys have the necessary tools, the necessary capital flow, the necessary technology and infrastructure to bring your business to the next level. Ang exciting nga to think dati yung mga big players, let's say the big retail companies like SM, let's say the PNGs, they usually have a step up because of their very deep pockets. But now, given, with the partnership of Union Bank, with Lazada, and the other enablers out there, you guys can compete with them. You can be, the same level in terms of feature, in terms of your items, right? You now can sell everyone, you can now sell to everyone in the Philippines. You can now sell in the same platform as well. So, at the end of the day, we're giving you guys a tool, pero nasa sa inyo pa rin yan. If you want to get bigger, if you want to grow your business, it's up to you guys. We're just here and ready to welcome you guys if you have any questions and any support. So we're very excited to see you guys be part of the community. And if you have any questions, please let me know. Again, don't forget to put your referral code so you get the freebies that I promised earlier. And very excited to see you guys part of the community, and hopefully we help you guys grow your business.
All right. So thanks, Ms. Ashana, for letting us know what Lazada is all about. Now, before we break for lunch, we actually have a bit of a Q&A before we let you go. So first would be, what advice can you give to Lazada sellers who have a difficult time getting visibility among a sea of competitors? So that's the first question.
All right. Amazing question. Thank you so much for that one. So, great question. So, alam ko yan, no, ang raming competitors medyo nakakatakot. But within Lazada, we actually have so many tools for you guys. We have campaigns specifically only for new sellers. So, on a weekly basis, you guys will have additional pushes, additional traffic para lang sa inyo yun. And of course, we have different tools. We have the promo tools. We have free shipping max. So, lahat ng tools kayo naman bahala. The more that you do it, let's say, mas maganda yung mga details ng pages nyo, the more promos or freebies that you have, of course, the higher chances of, you guys stepping outside your competitor. But yung importante na gusto ko talaga i-share sa inyo guys, ang raming competitors, pero mas maraming buyers. Napakaraming buyers for you guys to be, to cater to. Remember, your competitors, of course, can sell the same white t-shirt as you, but there will be 2 times, 3 times buyers who are looking for that same t-shirt. So let's just make sure na, of course, babalik tayo sa marketing na 4Ps, no? We have to make sure the price is right. We have to make sure that we're also doing different promotions. And of course, as Lazada though, we'll make sure that we boost you guys, especially when the effort is there. When you have different promos, we'll boost it for you guys.
All right. So for our next question, it would be, how do you address naman those business owners that are very resistant to digital platforms? So you've mentioned a while ago that there is a Lazada University that they can refer to, right? But how about those people that are very iffy to using digital platforms?
Alam mo, naintindihan ko yan kasi on a daily basis, I talk to a lot of sellers, no? Yung importante lang dyan is trust. And technically, that's our job. We have to make sure that the trust is there. So let's say kung hindi kayo comfortable like with opening your laptop, like checking out yourself, we have a team that can actually call you. So we can call you, we can email you if you're comfortable. Pero yung calling nun, nakikita namin, sobrang nakakatulong yun. Kasi nasa step by step namin, natuturuan namin, sa upper left ng screen yun, nandyan yung how to add products, ganito lang yan kailangan mo gawin. If you need different tutorials in terms of videos, nandito rin po kami. You can join our different webinars. You can also join, of course, the different Lazada University videos that we have. So, it's always gonna be a blocker, no? Lagi naman siya magiging challenge. Pero if we don't learn or we don't have a growth mindset, we also don't scale our business. So, we have to meet each other in the middle. We give you guys the training, the tools, but we also need your engagement or your initiative to actually help and give us the time to help you guys.
All right. I really love what you said about initiative, and a lot of actually the Union Bank bosses, their advice is also to just try, because you'll never know if you don't try. Now, before I close this, I'd like to ask any final words of inspiration to our SME owners that are watching or that are tuned in.
All right. So first of all, thank you so much for Union Bank for inviting us, and to you, my dear SMEs, my fellow entrepreneurs. At the end of the day, I want to start off with great job. The fact that you're here, you're listening to this call, it means you are already taking the first step to growing your business. And I really congratulate you guys. And yung masasabi ko lang sa inyo is, hopefully when you guys join Lazada, you will understand na lahat ng efforts nyo may napupunta. It means na it's really up to you guys to scale up your business. And don't worry, I promise, like ako mismo, I can share you guys my email. If you have any questions, you can ask me. And at the end of the day, yung goal talaga namin, our number one goal is not to profit or is not to do anything numbers related, but it's all really for you guys to grow. We are an enabler. We really want to empower SMEs wherever you are. And at the end of the day, we're excited to partner with you guys. So hopefully I see you in the seller community. And again, very, very amazing job. Super kudos. And sobrang na-impress talaga ako sa inyo guys. So hopefully you join this community, and excited to see you guys be hopefully one day millionaires with 11-11 and 12-12 campaigns.
All right. So thank you, Ms. Estrana, for being with us today. Thank you for sharing with us your knowledge about taking your business to the digital space. Now, guys, before I proceed to our lunch break, I would like to plug that we actually have a virtual photo booth. So as you can see, we'll be posting the link below. So all you need to do is click that link and take a photo, give us your perfect smiles. And now, before we proceed to lunch as well, I'd like to let you know that we have a lot of speakers in store for our afternoon session, and we also have a day 3. So guys, lunch muna tayo, and we'll see you later. Bye!
The pandemic has caused for our entrepreneurs to lose their confidence. Let us carry forward boldly, find the inner strength and the courage to do so. Insular Life and Union Bank will always be here to support you. Keep the faith.
Hello, everyone. Here I am, like so many of you, logging in from the home office. I am Andre Yap, CEO of Ignite House of Innovation and Chair of NI2, which is the National Innovators Initiative to power 100,000 Filipino innovators by 2023. Now, that's exactly 30 months from now. For us and for our partners in government and the private sector, NI2 is a rah-rah battle cry. Yes, but it is also a target. We are serious about meeting this. 100,000 Filipino innovators by 2023. And surprise, surprise, already we are seeing that so many of these innovators are coming from youth, from the SME sector. Now, I am looking at our roster of SME participants in the National Innovators Initiative. And we have such an incredible variety mix of SMEs. No? So we have mompreneurs and home-based foods and crafts. We have those selling fashion and accessories. We have all sorts of service and consulting businesses. No? So may cleaning, may gardening, home salons, spa, clinics, derma, dental clinics. We have some biofertilizer companies who classify themselves as SMEs. No? And my favorite is ang tawag nila dito, ikot-ikot, balut and fishball mobile kiosks. So all sorts. Now, nakaka-surprise in what these what these SMEs have in common with two other types of businesses that we more commonly associate with innovation, which is big companies and tech startups. So it turns out that whether you're an SME, a big conglomerate, or a startup, in this time of pandemic especially, we all share a common challenge, and it's threefold. Number one, how do we stay relevant to our customers? Especially in a time when everything has changed, no? The way we buy, the way we work, the way we learn, the way we go to school, the way we play, everything has changed. So how do we stay relevant? How do our products stay relevant to customers? Number one. Number two, our financials. How do we strengthen our revenue, our profits, and especially our cash position? And then number three, our theme today, no? Laban. How do we keep our teams in good spirits, fighting through all these never-ending challenges? So these are exactly the three challenges, the three things we will learn to overcome, to do in the National Innovators Initiative. Starting with day one, which is what you have as an invitation in your screen. We hope to see you there, along with so many other exciting SMEs who've already signed up. Laban Negosyante.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you got a good lunch break. For the next session, let's talk about health. Not just physical health, but also mental health. Today we have Dr. Mark Malanay, Medical Director of InLife, and Miss Olivia Yao, a psychologist, to talk about health and wellness for entrepreneurs, moderated once again by Miss Dore Dimona.
Hello again and good afternoon to everyone. I am Dor Di Maunahan and I'm back for a very interesting talk, most especially as a fellow health advocate, mental health advocate of this relevant topic. We will now proceed to our panel discussion on mental and physical wellness for entrepreneurs. Please allow me to introduce to you our panelists for today. Dr. Mark Roland F. Malanay is the medical director of Insular Healthcare, the HMO arm of Insular Life. He has strong HMO and insurance background being in the industry since 2008. He also has extensive experience in healthcare administration, including health and wellness, clinic and claims management, utilization control programs, data interpretation, and provider network management. He is a graduate of the University of Santo Tomas with a bachelor's degree in biology. Dr. Malanay also obtained his medical degree from the University of Santo Tomas, Faculty of Medicine and Surgery. He is a certified occupational safety and health practitioner from the University of the Philippines, Manila. Dr. Mark's extensive experience includes working for an HMO provider, multi-specialty clinics, and insurance brokerage firms. Please welcome Dr. Mark Roland F. Malanay.
Hello. Magandang araw,
Hi.
everyone.
Good
Hi,
afternoon, Doc.
Dor.
Hello, Doc. So, meanwhile, Miss Olivia Lu Yao, or better known as Miss O, is a special education specialist with credentials for both mild to moderate and moderate to severe disabilities in the states of Arizona and California. Her experience in the United States includes work for the Santa Clara County of Education, where she led an autism project classroom. Wow. Realizing the extreme need for parent education and empowerment, she established the Responsible Roots Parent Center in California. Ms. O has over a decade of experience as an advanced behavior interventionist trained in the Lovaas method of ABA, pivotal response treatment, discrete trial therapy, TEACCH, PODDS, MEPPS, PECS, and more. She has worked with individuals with autism, specific learning disabilities, emotional disturbance, other health impairments, multiple disabilities, Down syndrome, among others. Ms. O now resides in the Philippines, where she continues to provide excellent intervention to children, individuals, and families in need. Her practice focuses on family education and empowerment, covering behavior management, communication and social skills development, independent life skills acquirement, and more. She does SPED and behavior consultation for educational institutions, and she helps companies and corporations ready their workplace to be more inclusive of special needs individuals through a workability program. As an entrepreneur, she is a CEO of 2 startup companies. She is also a corporate consultant specializing on strategic planning, organizational development, inclusive workplace practices, and guiding companies to become ISO certification ready. Ms. O is a mental health advocate and resource speaker. Her drive is to move the Philippines from mental health awareness towards mental health acknowledgement and action. Ms. O also sits as the resident education and empowerment consultant for Bridgestone Philippines, as she firmly believes that each individual's mindset affects driving and road safety behavior, which then affects the national public health. In her quest to educate, empower more people, she has turned to Kumu, a Filipino live streaming app wherein she shows that focus on fitness, mental health and behavior, parenting, current events, business leadership, and many more. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Olivia Lu Yao. Hi, Miss O.
Good afternoon. Wow, that was a mouthful. I didn't expect you to read it all.
Yeah, it
Good
was amazing,
afternoon.
actually.
Good
Good
afternoon,
afternoon,
everyone.
too. So I
Thank
am
you.
now with two. Go ahead. All right, so I'm now with 2 very distinguished guests, as you've heard from my introductions, and I have a few questions for both of you. Now, the first question is a very general question. In particular, how do you define wellness? So let's start with Dr. Mark, please.
Yeah, medyo broad yung wellness no na topic, but wellness is actually yung physical wellness actually is being free from pain or medical conditions of the body by living healthy and safe lives. In the time of pandemic, safety is also very important right now. Unlike before, parang hindi siya masyadong pinapansin yung safety, no? Previously, safety is only applicable for those who are just working, yung nagtatrabaho sa mga plants, handling machineries, ganyan. But now, it should already be practiced by everyone. So, sa ngayon, di ba, we are always mentioned to observe yung ating minimum health protocols, yung face mask, face shield, hand hygiene, physical distancing, lahat yan. It all belongs to safety, which is a part already of physical wellness at this time of pandemic. So, on the physical aspect, ganun how we will define wellness.
Very interesting, no? So it's no longer just freedom from pain or medical conditions, but also safety. Thank you very much, Doc. Let's now move on to Miss O. Miss O, can you tell us about mental wellness this time?
Mental wellness right now, as a society, as Filipinos, right, we didn't really grow up with so much mental health awareness. Sa atin, ang parang okay lang yan, kaya natin yan, let's smile through it and then we'll push through it. Only recently have we started recognizing, anxiety, depression, and all of this. So in a most simplistic manner, ang mental wellness is when you're able to actually balance, right? Balance your worries and your current situation. So, paano natin malalaman talaga na we're doing okay? Ito yung pag-alam mo na nabibigyan mo yung utak mo ng your thinking mind a break. If you're able to consciously give your thinking mind a break, pero kung hindi mo kayang i-stop yung mga intrusive thoughts or yung pag-worry mo, 'di ba? Medyo kailangan na natin mag-seek ng professional help, especially kung medyo matagal na siyang nangyayari sa atin. Okay? So, mental wellness is very, very important, and it is something that we need to acknowledge that it does exist, okay? And that we have to do something about it.
All right, very interesting, no? So nowadays we know that mental health is really key. In fact, I am also myself a mental health advocate. And a follow-up question, Ms. O, how important exactly is mental health nowadays during the pandemic as compared to before?
Well, nowadays we have to take special care of our mental health. Bakit? Kasi we are all grieving. We are grieving the loss of our freedom, or the loss of our rewards activity, our decompression activity, the freedom to see our support system. So we have to really take good care and find new activities to be able to decompress and to cope, right? So taking care of our mental health will help us be better entrepreneurs, better bosses, better employees. Because how can you make good decisions for your business, right? Kung sobrang anxious ka or kung depressed ka, you're not going to be able to think clearly. So you really, really must take care of yourself and really put that self-care or yung pag-aalaga sa sarili, okay, in the forefront.
Totally. Yes, I totally agree. No, now, and during this time, a lot of not just individuals, but even SMEs for sure, had to adapt, pivot in their business. And one of the things that they also had to do was to battle with mental and physical health. Now, to guide our fellow SMEs, I'd like to ask Doc Mark, his tips on how SME owners can take care of their physical health.
Yeah, very important as well. Yung how we take care, of physical wellness or physical health. It does not differ very much between yung mga big multinational companies that we have versus yung mga SMEs natin. Prevention and being prepared is still very important when it comes to health for SME owners. No, so for prevention, it's because not all diseases could actually manifest right away. Yung mga symptoms niya, yung mga symptoms ng hypertension could not manifest actually early in the disease process. Pwedeng sa earlier part of the disease process wala kang nararamdaman. So it's very important that SME owners and actually the employees of SME companies be their annual checkups. Lagi natin naririnig yung annual physical exam. Parang yung iba would actually do that just because for compliance lang to DOLE, di ba? So pero what's important is that we have ourselves undergo an annual checkups because it is actually to screen for individuals for diseases or illnesses before it gets worse, no? And of course, aside from prevention, dapat prepared din tayo, meaning an SME owner should always be ready in case there will be catastrophic or chronic illnesses diagnosed to the person, the owner itself, as well as dun sa mga empleyado ng mga SME. So, hindi masama that you be prepared, you get healthcare coverage for your employees as well.
Thank you for that. I totally agree, no, Doc Mark, because for some the annual physical exam is just to get by, but it does give greater importance, especially now since it's a benefit. And that's the reason why I think if you check on Facebook, there are a lot looking for HMOs, no? And to echo what you said in terms of prevention and readiness, I understand that both for the employer and employee side, which you highlighted, it's not just the physical health. Like what I would say is that there's the stress factor that affects the body. So what exactly, Doc Mark, no, are the effects of stress onto the body?
Nako, maraming effect siya. Some would actually put stress aside, sasabihin, stress lang yan. But actually, stress affects multi-system of our body. So, iba't ibang system of our bodies pwedeng maapektuhan ng stress. More commonly, eyes. Nagmamanifest ang stress, sasabihin, headaches, chronic headaches, paulit-ulit everyday, even just upon waking up, masakit na kaagad yung ulo ng tao, no? Which is very weird kasi supposedly when you get some rest or you get sleep, dapat nawawala lahat ng mararamdaman. Pero since stress triggers a lot of reactions in our body, so yun, nagkakaroon ka ng mga headaches, chronic headaches, which is really bad for the body, as well as it could also make you actually sleepless naman. Kasi ang dami mong iniisip, yung sleep mo very light lang during nighttime. So stress could make you miss sleep. Pag kulang ka sa sleep, bababa yung immune system mo, which will make you susceptible to a lot of infections. And sa ngayon, di ba, takot tayong lahat to get those infections, yung a simple cough and colds, nakakatakot, di ba? And stress can also trigger, of course, your chronic condition. So kung meron ka ng existing hypertension, it could make your blood pressure higher than usual, and it could also make your blood sugar higher. Stress is really bad for hypertension and diabetes. So it could also make you prone to accidents kasi kulang ka sa sleep. Mas mabilis kang maaksidente, and it could actually make you commit mistakes at work. So yun, medyo maraming pwedeng effects of stress to the body.
Wow, and that's the physical effects, no? How about you, Miss O? What are your recommendations for both employers and employees in terms of mental health?
Okay, so we both know, Doc Mark, I'm sure would agree with me that mental health and physical health, they go side by side. If you are stressed, if you are anxious, you're feeling depressed, it will manifest in your physical, in your bodies, diba? And then vice versa. So it's very important that you actually take care of both, and you have to do self-care. Now, self-care is often we often associate self-care with something indulgent, spa treatments, manicure, pedicure, massage, right? But in reality, self-care is very boring, and it requires a lot of self-discipline. Why? Self-care actually entails for you to be disciplined enough to say, hey, I need a break, and I'm going to take that break. Or hey, I need to exercise. Kailangan kong gumising ng maaga, kailangan kong mag-exercise because my body needs physical movements. You have to remember that even before the pandemic, we did a lot of physical movements. Even if you didn't go to the gym. Why? Because you walked around the mall a lot. You would have to walk while you're commuting or when you're going out with your friends. You go dancing, party kayo. So that's a lot of physical activity, right? And then all of a sudden, the pandemic happened, work from home. Where do you walk to? You walk towards the fridge or balik sa kama. Yun na lang yung physical activity nyo. So now, for you to be able to, be more physically active, you really have to be self-disciplined and say, hey, I need to wake up at this hour. That means I'm not gonna Netflix binge the night before. Or I'm gonna have to say no to that last drink during our inuman sessions, right? But another thing is, because we have moved to online, now the home and work balance is a little bit askewed because it's so enmeshed, right? So your bosses will message you in the middle of the night, or there's meeting the whole day. Tapos na yung 5 p.m., nasa trabaho pa kayo, your children. Small children can't understand that mommy's working. So that's additional stress, diba? So you have to really be, you as a good boss or a business owner, you need to respect your employees' personal time. That by 5 p.m. kung yun yung off na nila, yun na yung off nila. You have to respect that they have to have a life outside of work. And if you're the employee, you need to learn how to advocate for yourself that, hey, boss, it's already 7 p.m., right? It's already 7 p.m. I need some time with my family also because I do have some other responsibilities. So you have to be an advocate for yourself, for your own sanity.
Very true, very true, no? So self-care, and indeed, I do agree, respect personal time. I mean, it's already hard enough to manage your own time with the changes that you're just home, right? But then, of course, it's really about teamwork, understanding of both the employers and the employees as well. Now, this is something interesting now. So now we're in the work from home setup. So we use tools such as Zoom, Google Meet, etc. And business owners and employees alike have experienced Zoom fatigue. So what can you suggest, no, on the part of Doc Mark physically or Miss O mentally to help combat or at least manage this type of fatigue, the Zoom fatigue as they may call it?
Should I go first, Doc Mark, or
Ladies
should
You want
you?
to
first.
start?
Okay.
Okay, Miss O. Miss O. Miss O,
We're
ladies
talking,
first.
right? So, like, parang, I want you to take a look at this in the behavior aspect. When we used to go to the office before, after a meeting, you have a little bit of decompression time. You go work, you go walk from the boardroom towards your office, and then there's chika, right? There's a little bit of gossip going on, So nakaka-decompress, nakaka-relieve siya ng stress, at saka nakaka-help siya with, releasing all of the tension in the body. Now with Zoom, you're literally sitting there back to back, hindi ka nakaka-relax. So make sure that when you're scheduling your meetings that you give yourself time, a break time in between, whether it's 5 to 10 minutes, and just walk around, shake your arms, maybe a little bit of yoga. I do this in between patients. I do a little bit of like maybe 5 to 10 minutes of yoga just to stretch my back. Kasi, di ba, masakit sa likod, parati ka nakaupo. Or like, find a little group chat where you can actually gossip with your your own chika mates in the office, kasi that actually helps you guys decompress, right? So make sure that you still have the socialization because you need your support system.
I agree. I totally agree. Nawala lahat kasi talaga yung ano no, nawala yung interactions natin during the pandemic. Simula nung nagkaroon ng community quarantine, nawala lahat yung social activities natin, and I agree with Miss O na kailangan talaga natin to keep that, and marami namang ways to get it back to your system. But on the physical aspect naman, Zoom fatigue are almost always manifested as nabanggit ko na kanina yung recurring headaches, no? Why? Because I think siguro out of yung 8-hour na work that we have daily, baka I think 90% of the time nakaharap ka sa computer, no? Unlike before, tatayo ka, pupunta ka sa colleague mo, may tatanungin ka, ganun na yung practice before di ba? Pero ngayon, pag may tatanungin tayo sa colleague natin, you do it online pa rin, no? Magchat-chat ka pa rin sa kanila online. So, nawawala na yung mga cut in between exposure to your computer monitor. So, commonly, nagkakaroon na ng unchecked na visual problem. So, meron ka na palang problema sa mata. So, it's important as well to have your eyes checked regularly. Kasi yun yung puhunan natin right now while working from home, no? So talagang yung mata natin. Meron akong nakuhang tip from a colleague na you rest for 10 minutes every 30 minutes of work, tapos you look away mga 20 meters, so parang 10, 20, 30, no? You rest for 10 minutes, you look away 20 meters away para ma-relax yung mata mo every 30 minutes of work. So, yun yung sinasuggest ng ating mga specialists sa mata.
Oh, wow. Very nice, no? From Ms. O and Doc Mark, very practical and relevant advice. So, I guess our viewers are taking notes. So, you should. Kasi ako, I have to try this as well because I also feel that, no? Now, this is an interesting question I have for you. So, of course, everybody has been affected by the pandemic. But for you, Doc Mark and Ms. O, no? Maybe we can start with Doc Mark. Which industries do you think have the most affected individuals in terms of mental health?
Siguro ako,
and physical health.
I'll be speaking from experience na lang, no? So, I think the industry most affected in terms of mental health are those from the outsourcing business, because sila yung usually nag-face ng clients, and when they face clients, sila yung tumatanggap ng brunt of all the concerns, the complaints of the customer. So, pag ganun, lahat ng stresses coming from the customer, and as well as yung stress galing sa sarili mo, lahat yun hindi mo makontrol. Pag hindi mo siya na-control, mental health problem talaga yung resulting illness coming from that. And of course, nandun pa rin yung kadugtong nga, as mentioned by Ms. O, talagang interconnected yung physical and mental wellness natin. So pag nagkaroon ka ng mental condition, automatic meron rin yung spillover going to physical illnesses, no? So these industries, I'm sure meron tayong mga outsourcing owners, business owners in the audience right now. This industry should really be looked into. Sila kasi rin yung group of occupations who work at night. So lack of sleep, nandyan na rin siya. So kailangan talaga silang tignan.
Thank you for that, Doc Mark. No, so yeah, of course, our body is just one. So mental and physical health are definitely interconnected. So we can't choose. We have to take care of and balance, I guess. How about you, Ms. O? Which industries do you think are most affected?
So for me, there's no specific one industry, but there is a specific population. Okay, and that is those employees or business owners who have kids, the parents. They are really exhausted Not only because they're worried about, how to make a living and how to deal with their customers or suppliers and all of that, but they also have to deal about their kids doing online school. And remember that these parents are not trained as educators, and so they feel like, oh my goodness, am I going to the third grade again? I don't know. Am I supposed to give them the answer? How am I supposed to, balance all of this? So can you imagine having to worry about that and having to worry about my business also all in one setting? There's no, you don't get a break because everything happens in one setting. There's no going to the office now, right? Or there's no, okay, I'm because when the kids before go to school, that's actually your break from the kids, right? And the same thing for you. Sa kanila, I mean, they're getting a break from you by socializing with other people, learning, how to take instructions from other people. But now everything happens in a space that's supposed to be relaxing. And now that space is no longer relaxing. It's very stressful because everything is enmeshed. So it is very, very important for these parents to learn how to breathe. Okay, breathe. And not only that, learn to delegate. You don't need to do everything by yourself. Okay, trust the people around you. Okay.
Wonderful, no? Breathe, delegate, rest, relaxation. These words from Doc Mark and Miss O are definitely already relaxing me. It's something that we really need to do, and I myself have to start doing that as well. So I have a question from the audience. And this question goes, what advice can you give entrepreneurs during this time? Like on my end, is it rest perhaps, exercise? So let's start with Doc Mark.
Sa akin siguro the best advice that I could give out right now during the pandemic is it is best that we still have adequate sleep at night. Yung sleep na malalim, sleep na you wake up well rested. So I think applicable pa rin right now yung 8 hours of sleep. Sasabihin ng iba, hindi, matanda na ako, okay na sa akin yung 4 hours lang of sleep at night. Pero actually it's not enough. So 8 hours pa rin yung recommended for everyone. A reminder lang that also sleep at night, yung sleep during nighttime cannot be compensated by sleeping the daytime the next day. So yung sasabihin na sige ano na lang stay all night na lang doing work. Babawi na lang ako ng sleep sa afternoon kinabukasan. It does not work that way. So it's important that you get adequate sleep pa rin at night.
Ayan, so 8 hours of sleep, non-negotiable. All right, how about you, Miss O?
Well, my biggest advice for entrepreneurs, I being an entrepreneur myself, and I've experienced this, learn to recognize the signs of burnout and acknowledge them and address them, because it's easier when you acknowledge it from the very beginning and start addressing it rather than yung sobrang burnt out ka na. Okay, sobrang mas matagal yung recovery niya. So right from the very start, when you start recognize na nakikita mo na naburn out ka na, you're getting irritable, you can't really function so well and all of that, start talking to people and then get the help that you need, right? Because after all, your business is your baby and you don't want anything bad to happen to your baby, right? You can't be a good parent to your business if you're not thinking properly. Okay, learn to recognize the signs of burnout and address it as early as you can. Okay, that's my advice.
Wow, very, very nice. Perfect advice from Doc Mark and of course Miss O. What a very, very wonderful topic. So it may be a short span of time, but I'm sure that you guys have learned a lot, even practical tips that you can use from Dr. Mark and Miss O. And I'm very certain that from today, you will sleep, rest, relax, breathe, and learn the value of taking care of yourselves, both mentally and physically during these trying times. So again, thank you very much, Doc Mark and Miss O. And for everyone else, I'll see you tomorrow for my last panel session, Building an Online Store with Paymongo, Payo, Centro, and Lemonology. Goodbye, everyone.
The small business sector is one of the growth engines of the Philippine economy. It is important for our small businesses to bounce back and lead our country in the economic recovery. The pandemic has changed consumer behavior, and it is important for business owners to prepare for the post-pandemic consumer. The pandemic has accelerated the consumer's digital adoption, and this behavior will likely continue even after the pandemic. Online shopping and usage of online banking and e-wallets will continue to increase. Therefore, in order to be successful in the post-pandemic landscape, small businesses also need to adapt. This is where Union Bank Global Linker can help small business owners. You can learn free of charge how to set up an online store, accept e-payments, and run digital marketing campaigns. In Life Healthcare is excited to join the small business community at the Laban Negosyante online event that aims to empower, inspire, and ignite the entrepreneurial frame of Filipino MSMEs. In Life Healthcare is the leading provider of HMO plans for small businesses. We are a proud member of the Union Bank Global Linker community. In Life Healthcare supports small business owners like you with affordable healthcare coverage for your employees so you can focus on growing your business while we take care of protecting your employees.
Tagal ng payment ng customers, tagal ng kita, logistics.
Try Xlog Pay.
My supply chain logistics financing. Happy buyers, happy sellers, happy you. Xlog, be part of the community.
All right, so thank you, Doc Mark, Miss Olivia, and Miss Dor. I hope that talk inspired all of you to take better care of your physical and emotional health. Hi, I'm Ina Tuason from Union Bank Global Linker. I'm their community manager, and I'm here to introduce to you our next speaker. Next up, we have a short talk about mentorship and guidance with Mr. Eric Caeg. Enrique Pablo O. Caeg, or Eric Caeg for short, is the president of the Retail Academy and a program director for OECEP, or Online Entrepreneurs Continuing Education Program. He is a professionally trained coach from the International Coaching Federation, and his focus is on organization development. Currently, he's a senior consultant for various family businesses in the retail, food, services, and manufacturing industries at the Wong and Bernstein Strategic Advisory. And he's also a mentor at the Philippine Center for Entrepreneurship and Go Negosyo. Ladies and gentlemen, Eric Caeg.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Ina, and it's my honor to be here in our Laban Negosyante Day 2 forum for all of our MSMEs. Now, allow me to greet everyone, all of the MSMEs, belated Happy International MSME Day, as declared by United Nations on every June 27th. And here this afternoon to be able to show some programs that we will be launching soon at the OECEP, or the Online Entrepreneurs Continuing Education Program, in alignment with Union Bank Global Linker Academy. So this has been a series of discussions and talks over the last 10 months, and finally we are about to roll it out soon. And this program involves three categories. Number one, we have the academy that features experts coming from the academy, academicians, practitioners, thought leaders, certification bodies. Okay, and the next will be the online business advisory podcast, which will happen every 2 weeks. And we will also have the MSME online hotline kung saan maaaring magtanong ang ating mga MSME. Ngayon, ito pong ating UBGL or Union Bank Global Linker Academy will feature two learning segments. Number one, para doon sa mga mag-uumpisa at balak magnegosyo, mayroon tayong basic sessions, basic learning programs. At para naman doon sa mga may karanasan na, mayroon tayong accelerated learning sessions. At ito po ay sa dalawang pamamaraan. No? Ito ay number one, synchronous. Meron tayong live kung saan makakausap nyo ang ating mga experts. At meron din naman tayong mga recorded sessions kung saan makikita natin yung iba-ibang mga strategiya kung paano natin matutulungan ang ating mga hanap buhay. No? Hindi lang ngayong panahon ng pandemya. So itong laban na to ay patuloy. So habang ang ating mga MSME, ating mga negosyante ay nagpapatuloy sa kanilang negosyo, no? Sila man ay bago, sila man ay medyo matagal na or nandun na sa tinatawag nating maturity stage. Itong ating mga experts na ito ay tested na, okay? At ito po ay ating binuo para lamang sa ating mga MSME dito sa loob ng Union Bank Global Linker Platform. At masasabi ko po na ito ay mahahambing ninyo sa pagpasok sa isang formal na universidad kung saan itong mga ito ay talagang hindi niyo matatawaran ang mga kakayahan. Kaya po itong mentoring program na ito ng UBGL Academy, sana po ay abangan ninyo. Mag-launch po kami and we will announce soon our subjects. There are 11 tracks, no? 11 tracks po na meron sa loob ng programang ito. At ang mga subjects po ay tumatagal mula 60 minutes or isang oras, isa't kalahating oras, or 2 hours or 120 minutes. So iba-iba po ang length ng mga modules. So maganda rin po na nabanggit kanina ni Dr. Mark and Ms. O about mental health. No? So we have experts who are actually trained in this and they will be rolling out sessions as well. So whether it's emotional intelligence, science of happiness in the workplace, okay, meron din po tayo experts in team coaching. Okay, we have marketing experts and other experts from franchising, other experts from the financial institutions. So binuuna po natin talaga, ito na po yung masasabi ko na isang grupo na magbibigay sa inyo ng malalim na kaalaman para matulungan kayo sa inyong hanap buhay. At yan po ay aming i-announce sa platform ng Union Bank Global Linker para po sa ating mga miyembro na nasa loob na ito. At napakaganda rin po, nabanggit kahapon ni President ng Union Bank, ni Mr. Bautista, no? He quoted actually a figure from the International Council for Small Business. Ito po ang good news because the International Council for Small Business Philippines ay makakasama din natin dito sa UBGL Academy. So magkakaroon po tayo ng pagkakataon na yung mga produkto ng ating mga MSME ay magkaroon ng contact sa ibang bansa. At dahil sa community na ito ay global, maaari po nating maitap ang mga market nitong mga ito. At kagaya nito, no, we are with Union Bank. And one of our objectives, kahapon na pinapanood ko, no, mayroon tayo mga speakers tungkol dun sa financial access. And isa rin pong layunin na UBGL Academy ay matulungan, maiayos ang hanap buhay. Okay, kahapon sinabi ng mga speakers natin, kailangan may sales record tayo, maayos ang mga libro, compliant tayo sa mga government requirements. Ito po, sa loob ng programang ito, ng UBGL Academy, ito po ay matutulungan kayong lahat para maiayos and later on, for you to be qualified, no? For loans, for business expansion. Gaya ng sinabi ng mga speaker natin yesterday, huwag po tayong matakot dahil ang paglago ng inyong negosyo, kasama na po ang inyong determinasyon, sipag, ay kailangan samahan natin ng skills, no? Skills in running a business properly. So ito po ang ating i-offer sa UBGL Academy, okay? Ang Online Entrepreneurs Continuing Education Program na magsisimula po soon. Okay, ito po ay handog sa inyo ng Union Bank, Global Linker, pati na rin po ng kagawaran ng Retail Academy Philippines. So, yan po ang inyong aabangan, mga negosyante. Okay? Huwag po kayong matakot. Baka sasabihin nila, ako, baka masyadong mahal yan. Magugulat po kayo sa galing ng mga experts natin at sa rate ng kanilang pumayag sila para ibigay itong programang ito na napakaabot kaya. Okay? Malayong-malayo po doon sa rate na alam natin. Hindi ko lang po sasabihin kung sino-sino sila, pero alam niyo po, kasama po natin sila ngayon sa programang ito. They're actually watching us on Facebook or on YouTube because I've actually sent them messages before we've started. So all of our experts, our subject matter experts are with us, and soon I'll be able to reveal all of them sa ating mga negosyante, at matutuwa po kayo pagka nakita niyo kung sino-sino itong mga ito. So napakaganda ng aming pinipare para po sa inyong lahat. So ito po, no, ang mentoring na magkaroon ng isang intervention ang mga owners, okay, having subject matter experts to guide you in your business. At hindi lang yan, meron din po tayong programa para sa mga empleyado ng mga MSMEs. Kasi po, kailangan sabay ang pag-unlad in terms of skills and mindset, hindi lang ng owner, pati rin ng kanilang mga empleyado, para matupad ang kanilang mga objectives sa kanilang hanap buhay. So, hindi lang ngayong pandemic, ngunit patuloy papunta sa new normal na tinatawag natin. So, yan po ang inaalok natin ngayon, programa ng Union Bank Global Linker Academy, ang Online Entrepreneur Continuing Education Program. So, maraming salamat po sa pag-imbita sa akin dito para maipakilala ang ating parating na programa, at abangan nyo po, darating na po ang mga experts at para sa ating basic and accelerated entrepreneurship online program. Thank you, Ms. Ina.
Thank you so much, Sir Eric. Okay, I have a few questions for you, if that's okay. All right, some of them are from the audience. So, one, how important is continuing education for entrepreneurs, and how will UBGL Academy help with this? I know for a fact that it's much more affordable than enrolling in a university. So can you tell us more about that, the importance of it?
All right. So, yung kahalagahan ng pag-aaral, no, sa pagpapatakbo ng negosyo, alam natin na ang mga entrepreneur ay driven by their passion, and kanina sinabi yung purpose, no? But then again, pagka nagkaroon na tayo ng challenges, gaya ng number one, internal, how do you actually approach internal concerns, whether it's about people, product, or process? Okay? So, kailangan matulungan natin ang mga entrepreneur, ang mga may-ari, na habang pinalalaki nila ang kanilang hanap buhay, mayroon silang tamang suporta sa loob. At kung nagkaroon ng problema, okay, itong programa na to ay makakatulong sa kanila para makakuha ng mga idea. Hindi lamang idea, tamang pamamaraan, dahil ang ating mga experts ay actual entrepreneurs, and some of them who are in the institutions of education, they actually taught entrepreneurs na mga rock stars na po ngayon. Okay? So, yung pangalawa, pag nagkaroon ng challenges sa labas ng kumpanya, ito yung competition, yung kalaban. Okay? So, paano ba nila pahihigitan? Okay? Sabi ni Peter Drucker, dalawa yung purpose ng negosyo. No? Una-una, kubukan ng customer. Pangalawa, pag nasa iyo na ang customer, kailangan hindi mawala sa iyo, hindi mapunta sa kalaban mo. Okay? So, tuturuan tayo ng mga ating experts kung paano tayo makakuha ng maraming customer at paano natin ito mapangalagaan. Okay? So, maraming mangyayari sa buhay ng isang entrepreneur. Whether siya ay nag-uumpisa pa lamang, siya ay 5 to 10 years or even 20 years old na kumpanya. So ang ating mga MSME, napaka-importante po na ang ating pag-aaral ay patuloy. At sinabi nga po, no, learning never stops. Wala pong kinikilalang edad ang pag-aaral. So para sa ilan po dyan na baka nag-iisip, dahil mas kailangan ko ang budget para sa aking produkto, para sa aking mga empleyado. Ito naman po ay pagkakataon na ninyo para mag-aside ng maliit na budget para lang po kayong bumili ng isang kahong pizza o kaya 2 bucket ng chicken. Yan po, no? So yung mga family deals na malalaki, na good for 5 to 10 people, tignan niyo po kung magkano yan. Diyan po papatak ang ating presyo ng ating mga modules, no? So yan po ay napakagandang offer. Ang tawag po namin dyan actually is socialized rates. No? So yan ang aabangan ng ating mga negosyante, ating mga MSME. Marahil sasabihin lang, hindi po para sa amin yan, para po doon sa mga malalaki na. Ay, dyan po kayo nagkakamali. Ngayon po, marami kaming mga tinuturuan ng mga negosyante, lalong-lalo na nitong pinanganak ng lockdown. Sinabi ni Dusek Tres lang tayo ang nakagabi. Kahapon, sa day 1 session natin, ang increase ng bagong registered businesses po sa DTI is around 40% increase. No? So marami po tayo nakakasalubunga ngayon ng mga negosyante. Po ay ating tinuturuan. So yan po, magandang kung bakit ang ating mga MSME ay sumubok at mag-aral. Okay? At kung ating gusto palakihin ang ating negosyo, isa ito sa mga pamamaraan para magkaroon tayo ng magandang gabay at magkaroon ng less mistakes, okay? And more profit on your company.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that, Sir Eric. And I completely agree. I have another question from the audience. In relation to that, do you believe that the postgraduate degree is valuable or really important nowadays? Or are these courses enough? It's kind of a tough question.
Well, ganito po yun. Ano? Hindi po natin dinidiscount na ang ating mga MSME ay mag-aral. Marahil yung iba sa kanila ay may mas mataas na academic achievement. Okay? Yan po ay kinikilala natin. In fact, ako po ay nag-aral din 20 years ago in a Masteral for Entrepreneurship program. But then again, pag sinabi ko po sa inyo ngayon, habang nag-uusap tayo, ako po ay estudyante pa rin dahil mayroon akong kinukuhang additional competency. At para saan naman to? Hindi po para sa akin. Para pag kami ay nagtuturo, mayroon kaming mga kaalaman na bago at ito po ay hindi lang galing sa Pilipinas. Ito ay galing sa mga best practices around the world. Ngayon, sabi po natin, it's a global market already. Especially, we understand, Union Bank or Global Linker is a global platform. And posible po na makita tayo ng ibang negosyante sa ibang bansa. Now, ang tanong, pag kayo nakita nila, ano ba ang makikita nilang kumpanya? Maayos ba? Mayroon bang tamang pamamaraan? Mayroon bang tamang skills ang ating mga empleyado? Okay? So ito pong academy na ito, Union Bank Global Linker Academy, lahat po ito ay matutulungan kayo ng ating mga subject matter experts or faculty. Okay? So ito po, sinabi ko kanina, halos sa awig kung kayo ay pumunta sa isang postgraduate degree sa isang universidad. Pero ito po, baka matakot kayo, baka naman puro mga teorya yan. O baka naman hindi nila alam yung kanilang walang experience. Hindi ko na lang po babanggitin yung mga brand na mga tinuruan nila at sa lectures na lang po nyo malalaman sino yung mga brands na pinalaki nitong mga experts na ito. Okay? Pag sinabi ko po, may 3 po tayong heads of schools who are joining us. Okay? 3 heads, 3 dean. We actually have professors as well. We have corporate. Okay? So, pinaghalo-halo na po natin dito. Galing sa eskwelahan, galing sa industriya, galing sa mga professional associations po. Yan. Kasi po, ako po kinikilala ko na hindi ko siya kaya mag-isa. Kaya po nandito silang lahat. Kung maaari nga lang po, ma-flash ko lahat ng kanilang mga pangalan at mukha. Laina, alam na po nila ito, nila Sir JP, kung sino-sino ito mga ito. They have an idea who these people are I'm talking about. And that's a surprise of the UPGN Academy.
No worries. If it's okay, if it's okay with you, can you give us like a sneak peek? Can you drop a name that you're allowed to announce? Or is it like completely tight-lipped?
Tight-lipped ko na muna, although nakikinig yun. They're actually listening to us. Most of the experts are joining us. Okay? Alam niyo po, bigyan ko na lang kayo ng konting tip. No? Ito ay mga guru, mga dean, certifier. Okay? Sasabihin nyo, ano ba yan? Pataasan ba ng academic achievement? Kasi po, naniniwala ako na ang kailangan ibigay natin sa inyong magtuturo, yung talagang di kalibre. Okay? So, hindi po yan nadadaan sa titulo. Kaya lang, hindi po rin natin matatawaran na sila ay may naabot na sa kanilang hanap buhay, may naabot sa kanilang career sa pagtuturo. Okay? Kaya po, maganda ang kombinasyon nitong mga ito. Hindi ko muna, isususpense ko muna, Miss Ina, yung mga pangalan.
Okay.
Pero maniwala kayo, malamang yung iba po ay nakita nyo na rin dito sa platform ng Union Bank Global Linker. But officially, they will join us in the academy. Okay? In fact, kahapon nakita niyo yung isang marketing guru. He was one of the main speakers yesterday. And I'm with him with the Philippine Marketing Association. So this association that I'm with, I'm actually drawing the experts. Okay? So hindi po ako yan. Sila. Aking po ditong trabaho ay buuin ang isang team na napakagagaling para po kayo ay maturuan.
All right, no problem. I completely understand. Just wanted to just give it a shot. So, another question from the audience is, how do you encourage non-techie people to avail this? Because it's going to be online. So, what can you say to encourage them to be okay with learning from online for this?
Alam niyo po, nang dumating itong pandemic, noong March 2020, ito yung isang naging pagbabago sa pag-aaral. No? Either it's in training, it's in business planning, facilitation, everything became online. Now, simple lang naman po, kailangan nyo lang ng computer, pwedeng desktop, pwedeng laptop, or even smartphone. At ma-access nyo na po ang mga subjects na i-offer ng UBGL Academy. Okay? So, huwag kayong matakot. In fact, for the recorded sessions, ito po ay nakadesign para kayo ay makapag-aral sa sarili niyong oras. Kasi po naiintindihan namin na ang mga entrepreneurs, ang mga may-ari, busy po sila maghapon. Okay? At mayroon silang oras lamang para sa sarili nila at para sila ay makapagbasa o makapag-aral. So, ito po, dinidesign po natin ito para sa ating mga entrepreneur. Huwag po kayong matakot. Napakasimple lang po para kayo ay makasali sa ating programa. At yan naman po ay i-address natin dito sa Union Bank Global Linker Platform. And yes, ang payment po napakadali. We will also be using digital payments methods, no? Para po, hindi na kayo kailangan pumunta. Siyempre po, una-una na dyan, we'll be using Union Bank account, okay, and other digital payment platforms para po makapag-enroll sa ating programa ng UBGL Academy. At ito po ay in partnership with BGL Academy and all of our experts who agreed to be in this program.
All right. Thank you so much, Sir Eric. I have one more question. And, you know, we as an educator, you definitely read a lot of books. So what books can you recommend that we can read as a reference for business practicality? Would love to hear your suggestions.
Marami pong mga libro na maaari nating basahin. No? Unang-una, for inspiration. No? For inspiration, for inspiring entrepreneurs, we have the books of John Maxwell, Stephen Covey. Okay, we have business books from Peter Drucker, okay, and other experts in the marketing field. Now, in terms of technical, okay, you can actually look at the emotional intelligence from Genus International. It's actually available online para po maintindihan nyo bakit ba ganito maggalaw ang mag-behave ang aking mga empleyado. Okay, so we have reference materials available online, but then again, pagdating po dito sa programa natin sa OECEP at sa Union Bank Global Linker Academy, mas may emphasize pa po ng ating mga experts ang mga teorya at ang mga applications nito, no? So hindi lang tayo makalibro. Okay, ang ating mga SMEs po, subject matter experts, ay may actual experiences po sa pagpapatakbo ng negosyo. Okay, so marami tayong mga libro na actually ibibigay sa kanila as references, no? Pero ito po, pinipili po namin yung mga source. So, pag nagbigay naman po ako ng mga galing sa abroad, no? Baka yung ilan ay hindi applicable. Kaya po, ang ginagawa ng mga experts na ito ay pinifilter ang mga content para po maging applicable sa entrepreneur. Kasi po, marahil yung iba ay patungong corporate, okay, malalaking businesses, ito po i-design natin para sa MSMEs.
Great. Thank you so much, Sir Eric, for your insightful talk, especially on mentorship and guidance. Okay, so I think I'll close this session for today. Thank you so much, Sir Eric. Very excited for UBGL Academy coming very, very soon. So if you want to learn more, just sign up to unionbank.globallinker.com to stay updated with the latest support for SMEs. All right, so up next, we have our last talk with Mr. Bjorn Pardo from UBX. Thanks, everyone. Please stay tuned.
Thank you very much.
Good day to all the MSMEs, our partners in Union Bank, esteemed speakers, government partners, and all the members and stakeholders from the Global Linker community that are part of the Laban Negosyante conference. I'm Miguel Aranas, a managing partner with Ignite House of Innovation. I'm taking a break from our daily webcast to share a message with all of you. Just like most of you here, I'm a small business owner. I have a fashion retail business called Aranas and a barbershop and tailoring concept called Felipe & Sons. And grabe, ang hirap ng past 15 months para sa amin. Dahil sa pandemic, ang daming mga orders na na-cancel or nawala from my retail business. Sarado pa ang mga mall. So where do we find the sales to keep the business afloat? A lot of our materials that we use for our products are sourced locally. Dahil sa mga restrictions sa movement ng mga goods, sobrang naapektuhan ang supply chain namin. It's eating up on our profits. Ang hirap makabawi. Lastly, nasaan ang mga customer? There's no foot traffic in the malls, and as much as online sales have increased, it's still not the same as before. Our barbershops were forced to close for much of the lockdown. Pero yung nagbukas nga kami, maraming natatakot magpagupit pa din. So to some degree, I know what you're all going through. With that in mind, together with my colleagues here in Ignite, we have been looking for ways to address these problems and issues through this program we have created called the National Innovators Initiative, with the vision of powering 100,000 Filipino innovators by 2023. I want to invite you as a fellow small business owner to get a taste of what this program is through our iconic experience called Day One, the 180-minute Winnovator Blitz. It's happening on August 3, 2021 from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. It's a simple and fun and experiential guide on how to launch winnovations or winning innovations and how to do it fast, lean, and agile. We want to help small business owners to become winnovators or people who create winning innovations. Winnovators create wins for customers. They create big wins for company revenue and profits. They create big wins for their employees and partners and create big wins that are sustainable at scale. Hindi lang pang big corporations ang innovation. Para sa small businesses din. And we have created a program that will be relevant to you. Magagamit nyo to. Dahil dito, it is our hope na makatulong kami sa mga small business owners through our program and help you create the biggest gains and opportunities for your business and employees. Pwede kayong mag-register para sa Day 1 by going to www.restart.ph/day1. Attendance is free and it's open to all. We hope to see you there. Laban lang.
Thank you very much, Sir Eric, for your insightful talk on mentorship. During these trying times, it's always a good idea to look for new ways to learn and to improve your skills. Now, speaking of learning, our final speaker for today is Mr. Bjorn Pardo from UBX. Bjorn has been building digital ventures for entrepreneurs and SMEs for over 15 years. His experience spans across many different industries, from logistics to e-commerce to financial services and everything in between. He is currently leading SME ventures at UBX, which includes the payments platform Box and the online store builder Cento. Please welcome Mr. Bjorn Pardo.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm really excited to share some of my learnings and share some of my experiences with all of you today. You know, as mentioned earlier, I'm leading SME Ventures over at UBX. But something that I do want to highlight for everyone is that you know, I'm also an entrepreneur. I'm also an entrepreneur like everyone watching out there. I started off my career, or my professional career rather, is selling online. I started selling online, you know, as a teenager on eBay, which led me to you know, wanting to build different solutions, different ventures for SMEs and for entrepreneurs. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that today. I'm going to be talking a little bit about you know, some of the changes that have been happening in the world that has affected e-commerce, and some key trends that I think that everyone can take advantage of now. So I'm going to share my screen really quick. Okay, so what I'm going to be talking about today are some key e-commerce trends that anyone can implement now. But before I get into you know, these e-commerce trends, I wanted to highlight how much e-commerce is growing all over the world, specifically in the Philippines, right? So you know, as we all know, you know, the pandemic has accelerated many things, and e-commerce is one of those things. You know, right now in 2021, I'm sure many of you are you know, buying food online, buying different types of things online, and some of you, you know, some of you, or maybe you know, some of your relatives or friends that are just experiencing e-commerce for the first time this year. So right now in 2021, there's about 5 billion pesos worth of goods being transacted and sold online, and that's a lot. But as you can see, by 2025, that's going to triple, and probably even more, right? You know, because of the pandemic, I think this 15 billion number could be closer to 20 billion. And this presents a lot of opportunities. And I'm going to be talking about some of those opportunities and some of those things that you can do now. I'll start off with the first trend. And the first trend is social commerce. And I know what everyone's thinking, that you know that you can sell on Facebook and Instagram and all that, and that's true. But you know, not particularly because of the pandemic, but you know, I think because of the pandemic, a lot of people have been open to exploring different types of social media websites, and it's not about Facebook and Instagram anymore, or you know, just about Facebook anymore. There's so many more platforms that that people are on, that your customers are on, that you're on, that could help your business. And you know, as we all know, I think it's been said many times, is that the Philippines is a social media capital of the world, and because of all these new platforms, I think you know, it's opening the doors to many more customers. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of those other social media platforms and what you can do with it and what others are doing with it. So you know, the most obvious social network now is Facebook, and I'm pretty sure everyone has a presence on Facebook. You know, whether it's you know, just showcasing your items or connecting with your customers and your community. But nowadays, you know, Facebook in particular, and their group of companies, namely, you know, WhatsApp and Instagram, have made a lot of improvements to their platform to make their platforms much more transactional, where you can actually complete transactions on their platforms. And I'll give you an example of that a little later. But it's more than just those main social media platforms, right? There's a lot more newer ones that are coming or that are becoming popular now, and a lot of those are very visual. TikTok, Snapchat, and a lot of people are also getting into YouTube as well. So you can see that it's no longer about just static images or static posts. It's really becoming a lot more immersive and interactive with these new visual channels, right? And kind of related to the visual channels is live streaming. And I'm not sure if everyone has participated in any live stream I guess event, but it is becoming increasingly popular. There are, aside from Facebook, there's a homegrown social media platform in Kumu that is doing a lot around live streaming and a lot around e-commerce. And even the big marketplaces are getting into live streaming, Shopee Live and Lazada Live. But you don't have to be on those big marketplaces to participate in live streaming. Facebook and Instagram and YouTube have tools available now that can help you start live streaming today. And live streaming may not be for everyone, but for if you're selling products that need a 360 view, that need some sort of demo, live streaming might be an option for many of you. This slide alone deserves its own presentation. I'm not going to get too much into detail here because there's a lot of other trends that I'd like to discuss, but I will kind of show you a screenshot of something that's very easy now, and that's something that you can probably do with your existing social media presence right now, right? I'm sure many of you, or probably most of, if not all of you, are already on Facebook. And this is an example of making a conversation, making your presence on Facebook transactional, right? And you can see in the screenshot, it starts off as a conversation, but then you can actually complete an order within a Facebook Messenger, right? And you can't really necessarily do this alone. You're gonna need help of a third-party service, but there's a lot out there, right? And this one in particular is made by a company called ChatBuddy, and you just have to connect your Facebook account to their platform, and you can start selling on Facebook Messenger right now, right? And I think some of you might be thinking that you can already do that, and you can, right? But what you can do now without the help of a third-party platform is going to be limited. You're going to have to maybe chat with your customers yourself or someone on your staff. You're going to have to manually give payment details. You're going to have to manually verify payment that come in. But with the help of a third-party platform, this can all be automated, and you can literally sell and chat with your customers while you're sleeping. And this leads me to the second trend, right? And just like I said earlier, the pandemic has accelerated many things, and it has definitely accelerated digital payments. And what I mean by digital payments, I guess in the Philippine context, is any payment method that is that's not cash. Pre-pandemic, e-commerce was dominated by cash-based payment methods, cash on delivery, paying over the counter, paying over at a bank or at a pawn shop or other payment methods like that. But in just a short few months, we have seen digital payments overtake cash from the platforms that we're running at UBX. As mentioned earlier, we have a payments platform called Bucks, and pre-pandemic, I can tell you that the vast majority of payment methods or payments were transacted through over-the-counter payments. And as soon as within a few months after the pandemic started, e-wallets such as GCash and GrabPay, online banking have now overtaken cash. And I'm going to show you a little bit of some of those options, right? E-wallets have become very, very, very popular in the past 12 months. GCash being the leader, closely followed by PayMaya and GrabPay. GrabPay is an emerging e-wallet option that we're seeing a lot of traction in. And just to give you a sense of how much it has grown, the e-wallets in particular, it was announced just a few days ago that GCash just surpassed 40 million users, right? And that's just about half of the population, right? So if you remove all of the minors and just kind of consider adults, you could say that the vast majority of adults are on a digital platform, right? So I think it's important that you open up your platform or your store to e-wallets if you're not accepting already. Another payment channel that has significantly increased is online banking. And I know that many of you are probably thinking that it's very hard to accept all these methods of payment because you'll have to sign up one by one with every platform, and it's going to be very hard to manage 10 different payment methods and verify all these payment methods. And it is very hard if you take that route. And because of that problem, that's something that we at UBX saw even before the pandemic is that there's a lot of payment methods out there, and every one of your buyers may prefer a different method, right? One of your buyers may just have an account with BPI. One of your buyers may just have a GCash account and not any of the other e-wallets. And I think pre-pandemic or even maybe a year or two ago, you as a seller, you as an entrepreneur could funnel your buyers to your preferred payment methods, but that's no longer the case now, right? The competition is much more fierce. There's a lot of people selling online that are waiting to take away your customers, right? So it's very important that that you accept as many payment methods as possible, so you can protect yourself from some of these risks. And that's something that we realized early on at UBX, and that's why we created Bucks. And so what Bucks does is it aggregates and just consolidates all of the payment methods available into one solution. So you don't have to open a bank account in 10 banks. You don't have to have um, an account, a separate account with every single e-wallet. All of that is taken care of, through Bucks, and you can accept everything all in one go, just one sign up, and it's really that easy. And so that brings me to the next trend, and that's going direct to consumer. And what I mean by that is really going direct to your customers. This is, there are a lot of platforms out there that help you sell online, like Lazada, like Shopee, for some traditional e-commerce products. And if you're selling food, there's Grab Food, there's Food Panda, and the like. And those platforms are great, but what it prevents you from doing is really creating a meaningful relationship with your customer. And sometimes it eats into your profit margins a little too much. And I'll kind of get into some of those drawbacks, and some actually not really the drawbacks, but really the benefits of going direct to consumer and creating a relationship with your customer, right? And as I said earlier, sometimes it may eat into your profit margins a little too much. There are, some of these platforms do charge hefty commissions, which sometimes is a little too much. It allows you to create a much better customer experience because it's your own. You are not going to be limited and confined or limited to how a third-party platform works. And again, it helps build brand loyalty. It helps you develop a relationship with your customer. And there's a lot of platforms out there that allow you to do this, right? The most famous one probably is Shopify. It's a global e-commerce platform that is used by tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, maybe even millions of e-commerce entrepreneurs all over the world. WooCommerce is another global option. PrestaShop is another. And although you can go direct to your customer and create your own website through some of these platforms, some of the drawbacks are, the ability to integrate, local payment methods. Whether it's the ability to integrate or whether it's the ease of integrating. Sometimes it's not as straightforward as a click of a button. Sometimes it requires installation of a plugin or integration with an API or something a little bit too technical for some people. And really just the customized experience, for the Filipino entrepreneur and Filipino buyer, right? I think that these are all great solutions, but for you to succeed in the Philippines, sometimes it requires a much more localized experience. And this is also another thing that we recognized over at UBX, and that's how we created Centro. And we want to also have this as another option for all of you entrepreneurs out there, where you can, what we were trying to tackle all of these pain points in our solution, in that we wanted to make it really built for the Filipino SME and really easy for you to set up with everything that you need. So we really thought hard about making sure that payments was comprehensive, complete, and very easy to include. And same thing goes for shipping. and delivery of your product, because after you sell a product, the next thing that you have to do is ship it out, and sometimes you may not know what the cheapest option is, or the fastest option is, or you may just know some of the main name brand courier companies that require you to go to their branch, which is inconvenient. So another thing that we really thought hard about, aside from payments, is delivery. And so we've integrated logistics directly, or delivery and logistics directly into the platform, and we're building more integrations on our end, so you guys don't have to worry about that. And so in literally minutes, you can start selling. We've created a very easy to use interface where you can choose a theme, upload your logo, add your items, add your products, and payments and logistics is already pre-integrated. You don't have to think about that, and you can literally start selling in a matter of minutes. And best of all, it's free. So all you have to think about and pay for is really just those fees to accept payments. But the platform, the central platform itself, everything you need to start selling is completely free. And I wanted to share an example of one of our merchants who are selling on Central, and really because of some of these, I'll go back to the slide. Some of these reasons to go direct to your customer, and this is I wanted to give a real example of a store or of a merchant that is utilizing or implementing this strategy to really build brand loyalty, to create a better customer experience, and to increase their profit margins, right? So as I said earlier, the central platform is free, so you don't have to pay anything to the platform itself to start selling. And regarding the customized experience, right? There's some, particularly in food, if you're a food merchant that requires a pre-order before you actually bake or make a certain dish, that's not something that you can do on some of these major platforms like Grab or Foodpanda. It has to be ready now, right? So if you wanted to provide that experience, you just literally could not do that on other platforms, on particularly Foodpanda and Grab Food. And same thing goes for getting your brand out there, getting people to know who you are and what you're all about. The drawback of some of these third-party platforms is that you get lost in the thousands of different options that are available, and sometimes your brand and what you're about and who you are is lost, and sometimes that's not even an option for you to show. So it's with this is one of the reasons why this merchant chose to go direct to consumer, is so they can showcase what they're about, showcase a lot more deeper information aside from the actual products that they're selling. The ability to customize the experience and accept pre-orders, and to increase your profit margins, right? At the end of the day, we have to make money, and this is really a great example of a merchant that is really going direct to consumer because of those three key advantages of that strategy. So that brings me to the last trend, and it's omni-channel retail, right? And what I mean by that is that there are many channels that you can sell on, especially now, with all of the social media platforms that are trying to integrate and trying to get more transactions on their platform and really making it more e-commerce friendly. That is playing a huge role. And it's no longer about funneling all of your customers towards your preferred channel, right? You have to be very flexible and open to being present everywhere. And I'm gonna share the 4 key channels to succeeding in omni-channel retail, right? So as many of you guys know, marketplaces like Lazada, like Shopee, like Zalora, like Food Panda, Grab Food, and a few more, those channels are definitely very dominant in e-commerce today. I would say that the majority of e-commerce is flowing through these platforms. But what we've started to see is that a lot of this e-commerce volume is slowly going towards other channels, right? So we've seen maybe as early as maybe 2 years ago, maybe 80-90% of all e-commerce is going through marketplaces. Now, because of social media and because of all these tools that are available now, that is slowly decreasing. And kind of what we foresee is marketplaces playing a smaller role, right? And you're seeing this in a country that's very near to us, in Thailand, where they saw that same trend of being very marketplace dependent. But I think as of last year, social commerce has taken over marketplaces, and that's something that we have the opportunity to do, right? But I don't mean that you should not be in marketplaces. I think that marketplaces will always play a big part in e-commerce. And it may play a big part in your company, right? Because that's where the buyers are. If you put yourself in from a buyer's perspective, in many cases, it's the most convenient. It's sometimes cheaper, and as a buyer, sometimes you just want to do what's the easiest way, right? So it's important that if it's relevant for your company, that you should be on marketplaces, because that's where the buyers are. But at the same time, as I mentioned earlier about the Philippines being the social media capital of the world, social media is playing a huge role in e-commerce and e-commerce growth, and that's probably where your customers are, right? Again, like I said, you cannot expect to funnel and force your customers to your preferred platform or your preferred channel. Customers and buyers these days expect to be served wherever they want to be served. So you have to be present where they are, right? Whether that's Facebook, whether that's TikTok, which is where a lot of customers are these days, whether that's Instagram, wherever they are, you have to be there. And there's a lot of tools out there that can help you do that. And the third channel is your own website. And your own website allows you to create a much more customized experience, right? So an example would be, in the marketplace, you cannot really create a customized experience. You have to follow the rules and the flows of a marketplace. There's little room for customization, and maybe you can show your brand a little bit, but I think that customized experience is one of the more lacking features of a marketplace. When you go to social media, you have a little bit more flexibility in showcasing your brand, but again, it is kind of limited to how they operate, and again, very restricted in terms of a customized experience. So having your own website allows you to showcase your brand, allows you to tell a story about your brand if that's important to showcase what you're all about, and really create a customized experience. And that food example on Centro is a really great example of that. And there's many more examples of how you can customize an experience on your own website. And last but not least is having an offline presence. And this is not relevant to everyone, but it is relevant to and important to those that are selling products that would be beneficial for your customers to feel, to try on, to see, to smell, to perhaps even taste. There's been a lot of talk, and recently in the recent years about online is gonna replace offline commerce, and I think what's been happening over the past few years is that everyone's kind of realized that it's not either or. It's you can benefit from both. The use of if you're mainly an online based brand, again, you can benefit from an offline presence if you sell things that need to be tried on, felt, stuff like that. And on the other end of things, if you're very offline heavy and you have a lot of retail stores, having an online presence is necessary, because that's where the buyers are, that's where the customers are, and especially at this time when not everyone can go out, an online presence is more important than ever. And I'll show you guys a couple of examples, right? One example is of a very well-known and big brand in Zalora, right? Many of you guys have heard of that. They're, probably the #1 fashion retailer online. And something that they realize is that, yes, they sell clothes, and it's very important in many cases that people see, feel the fabric, try on the clothes. So they have set up some offline stores to be able to achieve this. And some of them are temporary, some of them might be there for longer, but it's I'm sure many of you have seen some of these pop-up shops of Zalora. But it's not just limited to large companies like Zalora anymore, because I think the thing that you're probably thinking in your mind right now is it's very expensive to have a store in the mall, and you can't afford it, and that's true. It's very expensive, but there are companies like Society 8 that help online brands have an offline presence. And what they do is they combine many of these online stores into one store. So as you can probably see from the image, or maybe not, you can see that there are different stalls for different brands. So now the limitate or the the cost of having an offline presence has been drastically reduced because you're sharing a space with other brands, right? And it could also help your brand, right? Because I think some of you may be thinking that you're going to be competing against other clothing brands, and sure, that may be the case in some cases, but I think that a lot of maybe you can see it in the picture that a lot of these products are very complementary. You can see a bag on one rack, you can see a blouse on another, and maybe a skirt on another, and you can kind of mix and match from different brands, and that could help increase the sale of your own product. So that concludes the key trends that I think that you guys can take, that you guys can implement now. And if anyone has any questions or anything at all, please feel free to email me at the email on the screen. I would be happy to to answer any of your questions, whether it's related to UBX products, Centro, Bucks, CCAP. Happy to help. But if it's even if it's just about e-commerce and your strategy, and you just have questions about it, I definitely be happy to help. So thank you, everyone. I enjoyed this, and I'd be happy to take some questions.
Hi, Bjorn. This is Marga from the Union Bank Global Linker team. So we actually have a lot of questions for you, and it's very interesting. Even I myself, I have a lot of questions for you. So the first question would be something about social media, since you said that the Philippines is the social media capital, right? Mm-hmm. Do paid ads really work? And how can SME owners rather grow their online presence?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a digital marketing expert, right? But I can tell you that ads do work. We've used ads particularly on Facebook, and it has allowed us to successfully sign up over 100,000 entrepreneurs onto Bucks, and it has helped us sign up over 30,000 shops onto Centro. And Facebook has been making it a lot easier for just startup entrepreneurs to use the tool, right? You don't need to have a firm help you do it. You can do it yourself. It's about experimentation. There's a lot of YouTube tutorials online. I suggest that people watch that. There's a lot of people willing to help. You can do it yourself. It's all about experimentation. You can start with 100 pesos and learn and do it yourself.
Cool. So like what Bjorn said, you can actually post ads for 100 pesos. Now, the next question would be that a lot of people are doing live selling these days. I'm sure it's a big hit right now. And do you think that this is actually applicable to all kinds of brands?
I mean, I wouldn't say that it's applicable to all. But live streaming and live selling is very early. It's very early. There's a lot of experimentation with brands going on now. But I could say that, it couldn't hurt to try, right? I mean, I think it's definitely more relevant for those types of products that require a demo, because sometimes it's hard to kind of achieve that in a pre-recorded demo. Cooking is one example. There's many examples. And again, there's tools out there to allow you to experiment and do it yourself. You don't have to do it through, an influencer on Kumu or an influencer on Shopee. There's tools available where you can actually host it yourself. And there's a lot of popular products and people out there. Like I was talking to a colleague of mine the other day, and she was mentioning that she's a fan of K-pop, and there's a lot of Facebook communities that just host their own live selling event for some K-pop items, and they sell out in a matter of minutes. So I would say try it out.
All right. So we have another question for the non-techie people, because as you know, some people are very apprehensive to go digital, even if like it's the pandemic, right? So how do you encourage them to increase their digital presence and to try this out?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll take this opportunity to, invite everyone just to go to centro.ph. It's literally, it'll literally take you 2 minutes to start selling online, right? And you don't have to think about payments, logistics, it's all there. But, aside from that, right? I mean, Centro can't serve all of your needs, right? We're not a social network, but we can help you sell better on your social networks. For example, if you have a Facebook shop, which is available to all Facebook users, you can link that up to your Centro store and gain all of those advantages that Centro has in payments, in logistics, and still complete the sale on Facebook. So that would be, I guess, my number one tip.
All right. Thanks for that. That's really cool. So guys, check out Centro. So the next one would be, I'm getting a lot of questions right now. And the next one would be about influencers. So are social media influencers necessary? Because this owner said that some social media influencers actually buy their followers. So is it necessary? And is it a good strategy rather?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of advantages to influencers, right? And the comment about kind of influencers buying followers is true, and that's why it's important that you choose your influencers very carefully. Just because an influencer has 100,000 followers, it doesn't mean that it's going to work, right? Actually, for me, that signals that it won't work, because that means that the more followers you have, the less intimate the community is, and the less kind of conversations that the influencer can have with their followers. So something that we do in UBX is we look for micro influencers, and there's even a trend now in nano influencers where the smaller the following, the better the chance that product is going to sell, because the influencer or the social media account owner has direct relationships with their followers, and their followers would then trust them. So anything that not anything they say, but something that they say will probably influence their followers to buy even more. So pick and choose, and this, size doesn't matter. Size does matter. Smaller would probably be better.
All right, that's really interesting, because usually people look at the number of followers and they give free stuff to them, right, to plug. But that's such an interesting strategy to to target those that don't have as many followers. Now, since a lot of your initiatives are digital, so since everything is actually digital these days, some people are still looking for that human touch or empathy. So how do you ensure that this is still present in the digital age?
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a hard one to achieve, right? But I think again, with the ability to it would be much harder to achieve that if you're selling directly on marketplaces, right? I think that it's important to have a social media presence across many platforms, right? And it doesn't have to be solely about selling your product, right? It's, for example, having a TikTok channel that is, maybe about, whatever's trending at that moment in time, and really not really about selling, but really just connecting with your audience and making sure that, they connect with you. I think that's important. And really having, again, you have to have your own presence, whether that's on social media, whether that's on your own website, so you can customize the experience. You can utilize the platform to tell your story and to communicate with your audience better.
All right. So besides the pandemic, what are the major drivers for the e-commerce explosion in the past few years?
Yeah, I mean, I think, aside from the pandemic, right? The pandemic has done a lot. I mean, we were on this trend to begin with. The pandemic just accelerated it, and it's given rise to some of these trends that I mentioned earlier, right? In that, because of this, because everyone was stuck at home, people had to entertain themselves, and that kind of resulted in some social media platforms becoming more popular during this time, and then trying to integrate commerce into those platforms. And I think it's because of that, everyone is online now, right? I mean, virtually everyone's online. If they're not online, I have no idea why they're not online now. They must be bored out of their mind. But it's really all of these different platforms that are now kind of trying to integrate commerce into their platforms, and that's happening at a much more rapid pace now, and that's something to look out for. All platforms, TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, everyone is trying to integrate commerce into their platform. Yeah.
Right. So since you've mentioned about TikTok, I mean, a lot of brands are on TikTok right now. How do you create an effective ad? What would be a good strategy? All these short videos are like popping up like mushrooms. So any tips for our business owners on how they can utilize all these channels?
Yeah, I mean, it's all about, there's, because of the internet and these kind of more immersive experiences like YouTube in particular, right? There's been a lot of, what people have realized, which would be kind of crazy before, is, one example is, who would have thought 5 years ago that millions of people would enjoy watching people eat food, right? Who would have thought that millions of people would enjoy a video of someone popping, styrofoam or something like that, right? So, this trend is, kind of ASMR, and so I guess where I'm getting at is, like, if you can make a short video, let's say on TikTok, that is entertaining, that showcases your product, I suggest you do it. And one example I'll give you is, I came across this this product. It's a US-based product, and I forgot the name of the product or name of the company, but it's a simple tool that allows you to fold your shirt in like 2 seconds. So they created this very funny video of a person just folding all of these clothes using this tool, and it went viral, and it was entertaining. So if you can make an entertaining video with your product, you should try it, and that's a way to do it.
All right. So we have another question here. Personally, sir, what would be your personal favorite social media platform for promoting a small business? Like, in your case, yeah.
Good question. I mean, for me personally, right? Because it would depend on your audience, right? It would depend on your audience and depend on, the actual product and business. Me, I'm a little old school. I'm a little older. So, like, for me, I don't know if I would call it my favorite, but I would definitely call it maybe my go-to social media platform, because that's where my customers would be for my business, is Facebook. I wouldn't call it my favorite because I love it. I use it the most because that's relevant to my audience. But like, as an outsider, if I was new to e-commerce, I would definitely continue to watch out what TikTok's doing, and some of these upcoming social media platforms, like Kumu is doing some really great things locally, and I suggest everyone kind of check out what they're doing, because they're also trying to integrate e-commerce more and more.
All right. Actually, that's really cool. And I also tried to watch some streams on Kumu, and it's really effective. Now, what would be the future of e-commerce after COVID? Like, what would e-commerce be after COVID? Do you have any outlook or predictions for this?
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're going to continue to see e-commerce grow. I mean, like I said in my first slide, the projected amount of transactions by 2025 is $15 billion. That's triple what it is now. I think we'll go past that. I think that we will see some payment methods that will become more and more popular, that will slowly displace cash even more. Some of you may have heard of buy now, pay later. I think that's an emerging payment method that is fairly new in the Philippines, that will become very popular in the next year or two. That will, I think, bring a lot of more people onto e-commerce. Just like how COD broadened the market a few years ago, I think buy now, pay later has the same. Will have the same effect. So, yeah.
All right. So to close this, I actually have two questions.
Mm-hmm.
First, it would be: are there any new platforms upcoming from UBX that will strengthen this thrust? And the second question would be: what would be your inspirational message to all the SME owners right now who are really struggling in the pandemic?
Okay, yeah. So I would say that upcoming for us, relevant, very relevant to MSMEs. I think we have our payment platform Bucks. We're going to be adding more and more payment methods that are relevant to all of your buyers. We are, I guess, adding a lot of features that would help automate a lot of your processes. I can't really mention exactly what those are, but please stay tuned. A lot of developments there. On the Centro side, I would say, again, we're also adding features every week to make it easier. I think that we're also whatever Bucks does benefits Centro. We're going to be benefiting from that. We're also adding more logistics partners to make it even more comprehensive. We have CCAP, one of our ventures that helps businesses with loans. We're doing very well now, and I think that there's going to be a lot of collaboration between all of the ventures within UBX that'll make things a lot more cohesive and seamless. And as for, I guess, my advice for everyone out there, it's I think if anyone is afraid to start, the hardest part is going from 0 to 1. And once you start trying, everything from that point on will be easier. And so I suggest everyone just take that leap of faith, start, There's a lot of tools out there to help you. UBX was formed to help SMEs, so we're here to help. Me personally, just email me if you have any questions, but just start, and it'll be a lot easier once you start.
All right. So thank you so much for that very inspiring talk, sir. I'm sure that a lot of people are excited, to try all your platforms. And guys, if you have any questions, you can always email Sir Bjorn. Now, this is our last session. I'd like to thank again Sir Bjorn for being with us today. Let me close this by saying, don't be afraid to start and just do it. So you've heard a lot of inspiring messages today, and we still have one last day, and that is our day 3 for tomorrow. Now, I would like to also plug that we have a cool virtual photo booth. So we'll be displaying the link there. So it's bit.ly/Laban Negosyante. So feel free to take your photos and submit it, because we will be choosing some winners for this, and the prize is a surprise. Now, let me give back the floor to Carl. Thanks, guys. See you tomorrow.
All right, thank you, Bjorn. And that wraps up our program for today. I hope you all have been inspired to take on your business challenges even better during these trying times. I just want to remind everyone that you can receive a certificate of attendance if you attend all 3 days. So for you guys, it's 2 days down, 1 day to go. So don't forget to tune in tomorrow for our last day. Thank you all for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Is your company future ready? Are your employees set for the years ahead? Are you prepared for their retirement? One thing that can help you answer yes to these questions is by simply having a solid retirement plan for your employees. This is precisely why Republic Act 7641, known as the Retirement Pay Law, requires private companies to provide retirement pay to their qualified retiring employees. Under this act, an employee who reaches 60 years old and has rendered at least 5 years of service in the company is entitled to receive a retirement pay. So why do private companies need to set up a retirement fund? Naturally, a private company must comply with Republic Act 7641. But the good thing about it is, it will also help manage the company's cash flow and allocate its funds properly. Then we also have Republic Act 4917, a Republic Act mandating that retirement benefits of employees of private companies shall not be subject to garnishment or tax levy. To comply with these laws, private companies must set up a retirement plan that will ensure enough funding to pay for retirement benefits of their employees. This is where Insular Life can help you. At the forefront of Insular Life's group insurance plans is the Comprehensive Group Plan, or CGP. CGP packs a big punch because it combines life insurance benefits and retirement fund management in one. It is compliant with the Retirement Pay Law and can be tax qualified via the Bureau of Internal Revenue. With CGP, the retirement fund earns guaranteed interest and is managed by investment experts. More than expertise, through CGP, the retirement fund has the potential to earn more than the guaranteed interest that is currently available in the market. Another good thing about CGP? The retirement fund is protected from capital loss and is insulated from mortality rate fluctuations. It offers low valuation and administrative charges, and the valuation method used is PAS 19R and IAS 19 compliant. You can be assured that Insular Life will work with you through an active analysis of your claims experience and benefits design to ensure that your employee retirement program remains viable over the long term. What else can it do for you? Insular Life, through CGP, will be your retirement plan administrator, your retirement fund manager, your life insurance provider. But that's not all. We also offer a free financial wellness forum for all your employees so they can be actively involved in augmenting the provided retirement benefits with their own retirement savings. With CGP, everybody wins. Remember, our goal for you is not just to provide a retirement plan. Our goal is to make things easier for your business, your employees, and everyone they love in the long run. In the end, it's a lifetime made better for everybody, brought to you by the country's most trusted insurance company. Insular Life, a lifetime for good. Insular Life is ready to help. Let's talk more about it.
A mother in Cantilan, Surigao would have to travel 3 hours to get to the nearest commercial bank just to receive funds from her husband in a factory in Manila. A very inefficient and costly way to do something basic in today's standards. This is a common problem to a staggering 65% of Filipinos. That's 70 million Filipinos who are either unbanked or underbanked. The rural banks, despite their smaller sizes individually, are tasked to be the country's champion for inclusion and customer reach because of their strategic location being in the far-flung areas where big banks will not go. Without proper infrastructure and technology, this mandate is impossible. The rural banks themselves are financially excluded because they have no access to the country's clearing system and to an efficient domestic interbank funds transfer facility. I2I is a central bank-approved, blockchain-based platform that has enabled financial institutions to have access to an efficient, secure, highly reliable infrastructure for domestic payments in the country. I2I is powered by PHX, the country's first bank-backed, BSP-approved stablecoin. I2I allows financial institutions seamless access to the country's larger banking network through a cloud-based portal with banking services that reach farther and faster. That mother in Cantilan no longer needs to travel 3 hours to receive her husband's hard-earned money. Families from around the archipelago can now transfer funds from what used to take time and costs more than necessary to almost instant and less costly. Connecting them was the first step. Soon, we will be adding important capabilities such as core banking, agency banking, fraud prevention, and identity and KYC solution, as well as cross-border payment facility. Proudly, we've also expanded the platform's reach by onboarding other non-bank financial institutions in the country, such as cooperatives and other money transfer operators. I2I. Reach more. Be more. Know more.
Union Bank Global Linker has connected 50,000 plus Filipinos MSMEs to a network of 300,000 plus SMEs globally, helping them to create an online presence and grow their businesses in a new digital world. You too can grow your business with Union Bank Global Linker. Create your digital profile. Create digital business catalogs. Make new business connections. In today's world of business, your network is your net worth. Over 1 million new connections have been made between buyers, suppliers, investors, peers, and experts. Create your own e-commerce store for free in minutes. Consumers are going digital, and your business needs to as well. Union Bank Global Linker has helped tens of thousands to go online for the first time. Benefit from over 100 specially curated business offers and more. Access online training sessions to grow your business. Participate in international digital fairs. We help businesses like you digitize in a matter of minutes and thrive even in challenging times.
Join us in Union Bank Global Linker. Let me tell you why. First, you get access to a huge network of other suppliers, partners, and even potential customers all over the world. Imagine a case where before you're only selling in your own province, but now you can sell in the provinces of India, in the provinces of Myanmar. Who knows? You might even find a customer in as far as Bahrain, United States, Australia. We have members who were able to succeed in finding customers there. You will also be able to create your own linker store. We have members who were able to generate close to 5 million pesos in just 3 months just because of their linker stores.
Visit Union Bank Global Linker every day and download the mobile app to stay connected. Union Bank Global Linker, making SME business grow simpler, more profitable, and enjoyable.
Tagal ng payment ng customers, tagal ng kita. Logistics.
Try Xlog Pay.
My supply chain logistics financing. Happy buyers, happy sellers, happy you. Xlog, be part of the community.
Hello, everyone. Here I am, like so many of you, logging in from the home office. I am Andre Yap, CEO of Ignite House of Innovation and Chair of NI2, which is the National Innovators Initiative to power 100,000 Filipino innovators by 2023. Now that's exactly 30 months from now. For us and for our partners in government and the private sector, NI2 is a rah-rah battle cry. Yes, but it is also a target. We are serious about meeting this. 100,000 Filipino innovators by 2023. And surprise, surprise, already we are seeing that so many of these innovators are coming from youth, from the SME sector. Now, I am looking at our roster of SME participants in the National Innovators Initiative. And we have such an incredible variety mix of SMEs. No? So we have mompreneurs and home-based foods and crafts. We have those selling fashion and accessories. We have all sorts of service and consulting businesses. No? So may cleaning, may gardening, home salons, spa, clinics, derma, dental clinics. We have some biofertilizer companies who classify themselves as SMEs. No? And my favorite is ang tawag nila dito, ikot-ikot, balut and fishball mobile kiosks. So all sorts. Now, nakaka-surprise in what these what these SMEs have in common with two other types of businesses that we more commonly associate with innovation, which is big companies and tech startups. So it turns out that whether you're an SME, a big conglomerate, or a startup, in this time of pandemic especially, we all share a common challenge, and it's threefold. Number one, how do we stay relevant to our customers? Especially in a time when everything has changed, the way we buy, the way we work, the way we learn, the way we go to school, the way we play, everything has changed. So how do we stay relevant? How do our products stay relevant to customers? Number one. Number two, our financials. How do we strengthen our revenue, our profits, and especially our cash position? And then number three, our theme today, Laban. How do we keep our teams in good spirits, fighting through all these never-ending challenges? So these are exactly the three challenges, the three things we will learn to overcome, to do in the National Innovators Initiative. Starting with day one, which is what you have as an invitation in your screen. We hope to see you there, along with so many other exciting SMEs who've already signed up. Laban Negosyante.
In any economic situation, your people have done so much to keep your business thriving. What are you doing to ensure they are healthy and protected for the long term? Ease their worries. Will you also unburden yourself with financial risks? Check out InLife's group product solutions. They are customizable, tech-enabled, and accessible nationwide. Choose from these flexible packages: life insurance coverage, hospitalization benefit, credit protection, accident protection, retirement benefits. Whether you're a team of 5 or 5,000, we've got you covered with an InLife group insurance plan. Let's discuss.